The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's match start.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's Johnny Magnet.
Another treble 19. Double 6. Oh, what a shot.
To make it 2 for 2 and 2-4-3 wins. Double top. Fade to Chuckles in the background. He expects it to go, and it does go. And it is tops. And we are going the distance. We're going to go the full 7 legs again.
To take the lead. And he finds it with his second dart. 20 now for tops. Take the second leg of the match. Oh, and he finds it. Great shot out.
Does he stay there, or does he move across to the treble 18? Perseveres, double 13. Magical. Perfect for paint, and he wants us to know exactly about the artistry he has just demonstrated. And there's going to be a lot of darts being thrown this afternoon, that is for sure. Welcome along to the action. It's the second day of Group C, and we're coming to you here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Yeah, it's going to be a very busy afternoon in the world of darts. We've got you covered here in Group C at the Super Series, so it is the former world champion Scott Mitchell that leads the way going into Friday's action. Primetime Matthew Edgar's with me here in the studio, and as I mentioned, Scott Mitchell top of the table. Fair to say he rolled back the years yesterday.
Yeah, he'd be very, very happy with how he performed yesterday. He'd be very proud as well. He's someone that's very passionate about his darts, loves his darts, and it sort of deserted him for a period of time. Health wasn't on his side, we know that, and we didn't know, and certainly Scott Mitchell didn't know if he'd ever get back to the level of feeling like a winner again. But to be sat top of the table overnight, he'll be very, very happy with that.
Last night, Group B got underway. James Buckby led the table following night one. 6 points to his name. Fair to say a pleasant surprise.
Absolutely, yes. So 11-1 outsider yesterday, wasn't he, James Buckby, before a dart was thrown? And from the very start of the night, looked composed, looked clinical, looked in full control of himself, and a total polar opposite, really, to what we saw when he was here for Rising Stars Week, where, by his own admission, he was very nervous.
So he is top of the table in Group B. Group C is going to be our centre of attention this afternoon. As you mentioned, Scott Mitchell at the top of the table on 8 points. A couple of players on 6, and they'll play in our first match, Kieran Forde and Patrick Dekker. But a word on Kieran, his debut day yesterday, and he played well within himself.
Dream debut, wasn't it? When you go up on that stage, you've got little things you want to tick off. You first want to get that first double in. You want to get that leg on the board. You want to win a match. You go through these little minor wins, and actually when you tick all those together, he's sat himself in a very, very good position in what's got to be said, a very tight table. This could be any two today.
So Kieran Forde second in the table. No surprise that Scott Mitchell heads the betting. 8-15 on Kieran Forde, 5-2. Patrick Dekker 15-2, and if you're going to have a flutter, it is 18+, and it is gambleaware.org. And we're going to hear from Kieran Forde now. He's second in the table. He takes on Patrick Dekker in a big match in the race for second, and I caught up with him earlier. Kieran, could you have imagined your first day here going as well as it did?
No, definitely not. I was very surprised by how I played. I was very nervous as well when I first came in the morning, so I was very surprised to see how well I played. I did not expect it at all.
I know the result didn't quite go to plan, but did the performance in that first game against Scott Mitchell give you the confidence for the rest of the day going forward?
Yeah, definitely. I enjoyed that first game. I mean, I know I lost, and obviously missing match darts, it's not good, but it's quite disappointing. But at the same time, I knew I played well, and I felt good after it, and I felt like I could just continue that, and at some point, some results will go my way.
I mean, we were having a little bit of a dig in terms of what you've done this year on the Dev Tour and other things. Did it feel like the big stage brought the best out of you yesterday?
I guess so. I didn't feel nervous at all. I mean, at the Dev Tours, I feel way more nervous than I did here. I felt quite comfortable there. I don't really know why. I can't really explain it, but that's just the way it was, and that's us, I guess.
So into today, does it feel a little bit different because now you've got something to protect, second at the table, and obviously you want to get through to Saturday on debut?
Yeah, I think it does feel a bit more different. It's probably, I don't know, it's hard to say. I feel less nervous than I did at the beginning of yesterday, but I feel like I might have a bit more pressure on myself going throughout the day. So I don't know exactly, but we'll see. I feel good though, so we'll see how it goes.
Now, your roommate, James Buckby, is top of the table in Group B. A bit of a rivalry between you two there?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe a little bit, but I don't think so. We're good mates, and he woke me up last night. I had to let him into the room, so that was a bit annoying. But other than that, we're all right. Yeah, he played very well last night. I was very happy to see it as well, because I was watching. I did fall asleep a little bit near the end, but I did watch his first few games, and he's playing very well.
Right, wish you all the best. Kieran, good luck out there.
Cheers, mate.
So Kieran Forde gets the day's action underway with a meeting with Patrick Dekker. As I say, the winner will move on to 8 points, level with Scott Mitchell at the top of the Group C table. For Patrick, a second appearance here, looking to make it through to finals night, which was something he was unable to do on his debut. As for Kieran Forde, a debutant from Sheffield, 21 years of age, played well in excess of the numbers that we saw from him on the development tour early on this year. Up against the 38-year-old Dekker from Maasdijk in the Netherlands. Same town as Marvin van Velzen, former series champion here previously. And an opportunity to really pile the pressure on the tabletop of Mitchell, who will not come out to bat until game 3 against Colin McCaughern. Paul Hinks is the man in the middle, presiding over all of the action here on this Friday afternoon. It's a Friday afternoon which is going to be watched in the company of primetime Matthew Edgar. Very good afternoon to you, pal.
58.
Afternoon. And I think I have a bit of a disadvantage this afternoon, shall we say, because yourself, the viewers, have all had a chance to cast their eye over Kieran. I was looking at the back of cars on the motorway down here yesterday afternoon, so I can literally only go on the numbers and the highlights of which we've seen so far. And the numbers that I'm seeing from Kieran
44.
yesterday are leading me to have a lot of expectation. But isn't that the danger? Because does Kieran see that expectation? Does he see this now as a big opportunity? Do you see it as expectation? Because it certainly doesn't match up to his seasonal stats.
Are you asking the oracle of all Super Series knowledge for his
100.
opinion?
Or just you?
Well, let me offer you my opinion. If you're interested in my thoughts, Kieran Forde will be a man that will see things rather differently today. We
60.
mentioned yesterday, it was all a free hit. It was all a free go. In terms of the betting, he was one of the outsiders to make it through. But sometimes hope turns into expectation. There's a different feeling. First things first, that 140's left himself on 159. Should have been batting down at the 19s a little bit earlier on. But the psyche changes. Whether you like it or not, whether you want it to or not, there's a different
100.
feeling. Because instead of having that free roll, that free hit he had yesterday, he will feel in the back of his mind he has got something to defend.
Well, ironically, there you're saying about a little bit of a mathematical error on the movement down the board. That was what we were talking about James last night.
135.
If they're rooming together, maybe they could get together and do a bit of mathematics.
Calculator club.
Board management. Big key, big factor in the difference. A lot of the time, when you start
100.
going through those
WK
levels, you can get
24.
away with it early. But when you start wanting to win on stages like this on a regular basis, you've got to get that board management right. Managed that 24 pretty well, though. Continuing where he left off yesterday.
So 1-0 to the good. His average across his 5 development tour games he's played this year, 75.5. But if you compare it to yesterday, well, it was night and day. And I get that it's only a 5-game sample of 1 day here at the Live Lounge. But he had the highest running accumulative average of any player in this group, 93.57. He hit 11 180s yesterday. And his doubling was world class. 18 hits from 36. In fact, both players in this game were 50% of the doubles because Patrick Dekker himself was 13 from 26 on the outer ring.
Okay, I'm going to make a call based on those stats and based on those numbers. If he plays to that level again today, he wins the group. Doesn't just qualify, he wins the group.
Well, he doesn't just win the group, he becomes a proper
95.
contender to win the week as a whole, because we know for a fact that if players can average over 90 for the course of a week and they can qualify, it's never been a case where they've not qualified for a Group A when it comes to Champions Week. I know we're looking
59.
a long way ahead, but it's not just group winning form, it's week winning form. Simple as that.
And because of the performance yesterday, I'm going to bring it back again, Henry. Expectation. Because look at the picture we're starting to paint now. You just mentioned Champions Week.
Yeah, but I do like getting ahead of myself a little bit.
60.
That's a Patrick Dekker. We speak about opportunity knocking for Kieran Forde, but similarly for him, he knows if he can get over the line here, win 96. This one, he moves on to 8 points. And he'll be level with Scott Mitchell. And he'll know if he can probably get 8 points from today, that will be good enough to get him into Saturday night's finale. Now, because of the legs difference advantage that he had overnight, Kieran Forde, with any 81. Win in this contest, will get himself to the top of the table. He'll get the jump of Scott Mitchell, of course, is still to play in the first round's 85. Worth of fixtures.
Patrick 131.
And Dekker here looking at 1-3-1 to level this match up at 1 apiece. Can't be done now.
57. Kieran 120.
One of each. And this isn't a bad finish for a player like Kieran. We'll get into that in a moment and give you the insight as to why.
45.
In fact, I'm going to do that in the very next leg. Something to look forward to. They're a darting cliffhanger at the end of leg 2.
An EastEnders-esque duff. This for Dekker for 1-1. Well, that will be the kick that Patrick Dekker needs. 1-1.
Third Kieran to throw first. Game on.
Now, don't leave us all on tenterhooks, young Matthew.
Well, I'll ask myself the question. I was hoping 31. You'd tee me up there, Henry, but I'll do it myself. Why is that 120 finish a benefit for the likes of Kieran? It's that flatter angle of entry of the dart. And that's due to the fact he's using those slim flights. And the reason I wanted to bring that up 60. Is because it's quite unusual for players to move to the slim flight. Move away from the standard. If they do, we tend to go kite. But in this group, I've spotted 55. 3 players that actually play with very interesting equipment. Kieran playing with the flat angle of entry there and the slim flight. Martin Thomas, also with that flat angle of entry with the slim flight. And Kevin Painter 60. Playing with a tri-fin, which means he's only got 3 prongs on the flight rather than 4. So this group do like to tinker.
140.
But that's where it works. When you get on that bottom wire, you can start to stack. That's the advantage. The disadvantage is when you want things like a tops, or you put a dart on the top wire, for 56. Example, just sort of blocks it, and you got to then start moving around the board. Pros and cons.
Which is where, theoretically, a lot of the players in this group should be more 16 and 8s merchants rather than tops and 10s for that exact reason. But Forde here leaving himself on 135 after just a dozen darts thrown.
105. Kieran 135.
Dekker picking off the 5, but Forde with the luxury of time to put himself 2-1-2 the good.
59.
Leaves himself on 76. Should have a dart at tops when he comes back.
$85. Kieran 76.
Again there, Patrick Dekker just sort of looping that action a little bit. Ends up giving the opportunity that Kieran says, thank you very much for 2 good solid holds a throw.
Patrick
Dekker's going to get into this. You feel he's going to need something 15 or less if he's going to get that break of throw.
Kieran Forde's kind of telling us what the standard bear usually is for a Group C. And we kind of say usually it's about 6 visits to hold throw and 5 visits to break the throw. You can average around 83.5 and average around 6 visits a leg. You by and large get jobs done in this group, providing somebody else 45. Doesn't find saying a little bit more out the ordinary. But this game yesterday, it has to be said, was one of the higher quality encounters we saw in the group.
60.
Kieran winning by 4 legs to 0, averaging 98.56. Had 2 180s, was 4 from 6 on his doubles. Patrick Dekker had an average of just over 96.5, and that was only good enough for the solitary attempt at the outer ring. Dem the levels.
We saw some really good performances yesterday, didn't we? The one that really stands out that actually came in the evening session for me. Group B, Andy Hamilton. Record average for himself on the Super Series stage, popping in 111.
134.
Kevin Painter managed to find an average over 100 yesterday. He's coming up next, taking on Martin Thomas. One of the most active players on the tour at the moment, isn't he, Kevin Painter?
140.
Playing vaults left, right and centre. Having some success as well in those vault events. And there was certainly signs yesterday that his game is beginning to move back in the right direction. It's not going to have the same consistency as he did once upon a time, but he's absolutely working his damnedest to get himself towards a real competitive level. Tops of the 101.
61.
Goes just high.
Get in your car,
So Forde looking for the
170.
fish to get the break and go to clear. Doesn't get, and so Dekker is going to get 3 more
94.
at the top target on the board to level up at 2-2. Double 10. 1 left. Doesn't find.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
It's not
Dekker. Check. 20. Sorry about that.
Now, double 10 is
Get in
the
your car,
hardest
76.
target for a referee to see on the board because of its proximity. So something that's close to the wire can sometimes play tricks to the referee's brain there. And that was what happened. But luckily, it was all
36.
sorted
Have your
out.
car,
Patrick
20.
was honest with the situation. All's well but ends well. Kieran's missed an opportunity to go 3-1 to the good. Dekker, this
Game
time,
shot on
does
the 4th
find the
leg,
double 10.
Dekker.
And we are level at 2-2.
5th leg, Kieran
I'm
to
just
throw
trying to put
first.
myself in
Game on.
Kieran's shoes right now, which is probably quite tricky because I've got quite big feet. So, but in regards to that, imagine being stood at the back of the stage and hearing the game shot and thinking, the leg's gone, and then all of a sudden you're back again. What a bonus that must have felt like taking that shot at the 76.
46.
And look, these things happen. I mean, there was another incident here about 3 years ago with a top Irish referee, Danny McNamara, who had exactly the same issue with the double 10. It does happen. These things happen. And look, referees are as human as
45.
you and I. And Paul Hinks is one of the best referees we've ever seen. Anything that he's forgotten about
125.
refereeing is probably stuff that we don't need to know. As Forde looks at 96 to put himself 3-2 to the good and to put himself 1 away.
Get in your car, 96.
Potential 11 data.
Game shot
Double
on
9
the 5th
foul,
leg,
that's a
Kieran
dozen
Forde.
data, 3-2 Kieran Forde. And again, this is a
6th leg,
really
Patrick to
reliable
throw
performance
first.
this from
Game
the
on.
man from the City of Steel.
Great word. Reliable. Really good use of the English language there, Henry Deacon. Because that's what this performance has been. He has been solid on
100.
his throw. He is forcing Dekker to pull something out big to get that break. And in short format darts, that's where we can say, just hold your throw and you win. When it's
85.
the world match play and it's first to 10 or a pro tour first to 6, saying just hold your throw is not really a reliable strategy because you've got to do it over a sustained performance. With this,
60.
not as much so, just 4 times, so a little bit more realistic to go hold and win. And that looks like what Kieran's doing right now.
60.
And what do we say about usually the path of the course in Group C? If you can hold in 6 visits, then it forces the opponent to win it in 5. And that's what Dekker's being forced to do by and large on the Kieran Forde throw here.
And let's bring some
60.
real world numbers to that as well. If you are holding in 6 visits, you are forcing your opponent to play at 100 or more in regards to the average.
140.
15 darts, 100.20. So it's 100 plus if you're going to break. Whilst with the darts, you can hold with an 83. That's just how big that advantage really is.
85.
And I'm sure Martin Adams has his opinion on what those averages mean. Although averages come the end of the week could be significant if you go on and win it,
140.
because the top 6 average players at the end of the series will participate in Champions Week Group A, which gets underway in the middle of April, April the 11th. That starts.
44. Kiruka 76.
And Kieran Forde hoping to be a part of it, but first things first, get out of this Group C. Wins this one, he puts himself in a very strong position. Double top.
56.
That would have been for 8
Kiruka
points.
152.
Very unusual pattern emerging here for Kieran Forde. He seems to be on 76 a lot at the back end of legs.
$100. Kiruka 20.
So double 10.
Getting shown
Wraps
the
up
match,
a
Kieran
4-2
Forde.
win for Kieran Forde. He moves on to 8 points in the group, and he deals a big blow to Patrick Dekker in the process. He's chasing the top 2, and he's got his day off to a good start. Next up, Martin Thomas takes on Kevin Painter. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, Kieran Forde got the better of Patrick Dekker by 4 legs to 2. That puts him onto 8 points in the group, level with Scott Mitchell, who will play in Game 3. But match number 2, a meeting between Martin Thomas and Kevin Painter. These two, the bottom 2 in this Group C table. For Martin, it was a tale of woe on the outer wing, which was the reason why he finds himself in the position that he's in going into Friday's play up against Kevin Painter, playing for Free Winged Flight, the 58-year-old who lives in Rugby, but once upon a time very much a man of Essex. And he's hoping that there is going to be a riot today, because if so, he will be in amongst the mix, but he knows he's going to have a next to perfect day, having picked up just 2 points from Thursday's action.
Game on.
How does Martin Thomas, Matt, sharpen up on the outer ring?
Well, that's the only thing that was missing from his game yesterday, wasn't it? 73 darts he managed to throw at a double. Didn't convert
22.
very many of them. But the problem with that is you can then start to pressurise the scoring phase where you feel like you need to have more time. Just get in, carry on doing what you're doing, look at those practice
60.
routines, make sure you're spending a bit of time on those checkouts, those combinations, because that's what's going to be key. It's not just standing there throwing at the doubles all the time and having that repetition of 3 darts on the outer ring.
83.
It's going to be those combos today because he's got to make up space in the table.
$135.
I expect him, though. I do think Martin Thomas is going to have a better day than what he had yesterday. We've seen plenty of good signs from him, haven't we, when he's gone up
58.
on that Super Series stage in the past. And he's sort of one of those players now, Martin Thomas, that will come to the Super Series with expectation that he's going to qualify.
96.
Well, we were both having a little chat this morning, weren't we, before we got underway, and we were kind of having a conversation about the players. We both came up with the same conclusion in regards to Martin Thomas. Quality operator. He's the type of player you look at in a group and you think, I'd rather not, thanks.
Yeah, no one enjoys seeing his name on the sheet, do they, when they're coming up against him?
105.
However, Payne's enjoying this first leg, leaving himself on a finish after 12. Potential break of throw.
I don't think he's the only one enjoying this. I'm enjoying watching this leg from Kevin Painter, and I'm sure people that have supported Kevin Painter over the years have enjoyed watching this because he has worked very, very hard,
45.
hasn't he, to try and return
Kevin
his
Dekker,
game,
105.
get his throw back to where it was, and looking very nice here.
Game shown the first leg, Kevin Painter.
Perfect there from Kevin Painter. What a great opening leg. A 15-dart
Second leg,
breaker
Kevin
throw.
First. Game
And he
on.
did show some really good signs yesterday, but I'm more interested when watching Kevin Painter in how things look for Kevin. And that first leg, well, we are seeing a couple of those signs start to kick in here on the start of leg number 2, but it was everything, even the action. Kevin Painter's worked through that
100.
action and he's sort of just picked it up and thrown it, just try and get some rhythm. He sort of got rid of that stabbing motion at the start of his throw just to try and get the arm moving.
100.
That first leg looked like Kevin Painter throwing darts. You could identify that if we sort of blurred the screen a bit.
And to a large part of yesterday, we
44.
saw that from Kev. Maybe the 1 or 2 times where we saw a little bit of a pause was when it was getting towards tight moments, which is kind of what you associate with players that are going through the type of process that Kevin's going through at this present moment in time.
41.
But we've seen a lot of Kev over the last year or so, the last 18 months, where he's had his troubles, he's had his issues. And I don't know whether we
70.
could possibly, in the gallery at some point, maybe later on in the day, be able to get an analysis of what the throw was like 18 months ago in comparison to now. But it's night
100.
and day from where he was at the beginning of this. And that's where you got to give Kevin all the credit in the world, because it could have been so easy for someone like him to say, do you know what, I've had a fantastic career, I've done some amazing things, but do you know what, I'm going to take a step
81.
back, maybe do a few exhibitions and maybe step away competitively. But that's just not in Kevin Painter's makeup or DNA. He is a fighter all the way through to the end.
Oh, he's a competitor, isn't he? And he's got that
100.
competitive edge and that spirit inside. And I guarantee you, the second he can no longer play darts, he's going to join a Tiddlywinks league. Or he's going to play dominoes. He needs
100.
something in his world to
Mazda
keep him
160.
competitive.
Well, Thomas has got some work to do to be competitive in this match. Unable to get the 160. Paint having already taken out the 105. He's looking to go one better here and to move into a 2-0 lead. He's found the treble. 49 remaining. Well, I was looking for the 17 to lead double 16, and he misses it wide to the right-hand side, as you see.
Now, a normal analysis on a moment like that would be
66.
That little moment of mathematical blur where he had to step back and come forward could have been the key, just losing that rhythm, but not for Kevin Painter. That's kind of something he was very well known for, certainly when he was at his very top of his game. Being able to step back, reset, come forward and throw every first dart exactly the same, with that same level of results. So how many people do we see get better with dart 2 or 3?
Game on.
Kevin can do 3 first darts and be exactly the same.
Well, you're good friends with Kevin. You have been for a number of years. You practice with him a fair bit.
125.
And everything that he does has a reason behind it. It has a purpose as to why he is doing a certain thing at a certain time. He doesn't just do something and then hope for the best.
No, 90. Absolutely not. He's very, very... I mean, very careful about everything. All the labels face the right way. You know, he's all got to be in a line. He's very particular. 95. Which is probably why when you look at him going into something like a period of dartitis, you'd worry, because it's something that he's not in control of. And he's just took it on head first, which you can only applaud.
60.
When I mentioned at the start of this game, I'm just going to add a little bit more context to that Kevin Painter,
43.
one of the hardest working players in the sport right now, despite starting to get closer to the 60 mark. I don't think there's many nights of the week I don't see a vault with Kevin Painter's name on
60.
it. It's most nights. And when he's not doing that, he's practicing.
No, he's not doing that. He's in Tenerife practicing.
85.
Does enjoy his time in the sun, does Kev, which is probably why he's looking as well as he is. And why not when you've been traversing the world and
123.
trying to trade for as long as he has? Why don't you enjoy your salad days? So we're going to find the 158. So Thomas to keep hold of his throw and to reduce the gap back down to 2-1. Looking at double 19. May think about the split possibly. But he's going to go straight for and then fine with the first. He's back in the contest, back at 2-1. And there's the crucial leg
Game on.
in which the break that Painter found in the opener has to be cashed in.
100.
Of course, UK Open weekend. And Kevin Painter's had his trials and tribulations, particularly when the tournament was played in Bolton. I'm sure he'd be glad of me to bring up the fact that he was on the receiving end of the then
96.
world record average from Philip Douglas Taylor, the 118.88 at the Reebok in 2010. 16 years ago that now.
89.
Where has that time flown?
81. 30. 45. 58.
Good advantage here for Kev on the scoreboard.
73.
Damage done, just got to get himself over the line here. And then all of a sudden,
you start to look at the league table. If Kevin's able to get the result here, he'd go above Martin Thomas.
97.
Then you can look
Kevin
ahead and see about
106.
trying to pick them off one by one, because the way the league table's stacked, that would be the journey he would go on. Can still qualify for this.
And he'd be under no illusion he had to win all 5. But he'll look at the congealment of the table and think, do you know what? There is a chance if I can
54.
just do my thing and maybe hope and rely on some favours elsewhere.
There's no way Kevin Painter came in today not believing he could win all 5. And as long as you're
40.
the player, doesn't matter what anyone else
Kevin McCaughern,
believes,
52.
if you as the player believe you can win all 5, that's all you need.
Well,
Game
the
shown
belief
the
in winning
fourth leg,
all
Kevin
5 will
Painter.
turn into a little bit more of a hope, because game 1 looks like it's set to be
Fifth leg,
done. It's
Martin
3-1 to the
first.
good, and
Game on.
he is well on top. Martin Thomas hasn't really made much of an indent yet in this contest.
81. $140.
That'll be pleasing as well for Kev.
66.
3 from 4 on the doubles. That gives you confidence when you're checking out cleanly. I mean, just ask Martin Thomas yesterday, who'd have told you the total
100.
opposite. When you're missing, it just does zap that confidence throughout your game.
$100.
What was your favourite moment from the UK Open over the years, Matt?
Kirk Shepherd.
60.
When he beat Philip Douglas Taylor.
Nope, when he was dancing with Dimitri Vandenberg.
$85.
Tell you who's having a good run today. Adam Lipscomb. 6-0 win over Jack Todd.
105.
He'll be heading back, ironically, probably on his Jack Todd.
Well, match opportunity here for Kevin Painter
87.
to take the first
Kevin
step
McCaughern, 96.
in what would be a very long road of recovery today.
Double 18 for the match. And to get the first one on the board.
Game shown
And on the
match,
board he
Kevin
is. It's a
Painter.
4-1 success for Kevin Painter to kickstart the afternoon. He beats Martin Thomas 4-1. He knows he's got to win all 5 to stand a chance. But there's the first one ticked off. Coming up after the break, Scott Mitchell takes on Conor McCaughern. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, Kevin Pater got the better of Martin Thomas by 4 legs to 1. Game 3 is a meeting between Scott Mitchell and Colin McCaughern. Let's find out a little bit more about both players. Mitchell, top of the table overnight, a 3-time semi-finalist here in the past, 55 years of age these days, from Branscore in Dorset. Now down to second because of the margin of victory for Kieran Forde in the opener against Patrick Dekker. Up against the 34-year-old Colin McCaughern from County Antrim in Northern Ireland, making his debut in this competition. For Mitchell, an opportunity to move on to 10 points in the group and to really give himself a foothold going into the day's play. Now, you might be wondering when him and Kieran Forde will be playing today. Well, they don't meet right up until the very end of the day's action. So there's a possibility and a probability that by the time they meet, they would be through. But for Mitchell, this is perhaps a bit of a banana skin of a test, because you were delving through the numbers a little bit earlier on this morning, Matt, and you were comparing Colin McCaughern's campaign yesterday in comparison to what he did in Group A. And basically, we know the type in which he's going to play at.
Well, 82.69 seems to be the way all the way across the board, which is consistent. And there's a lot to be said for consistency.
30.
Certainly when you're trying to play a week here at Super Series, consistency is the key. However, we do need to have that ability, don't we, to peak at the right times. And this is the right time. This is the moment going up against the man who was the odds-on favourite before a dart was thrown today, Scott Mitchell.
60.
However, I'm sure if you had Scott Mitchell, he'd have tried talking down that possibility.
To be honest, knowing Scott Mitchell, wouldn't have stopped talking.
29.
Well, he's certainly hoping this is more than just a busman's holiday for him this week.
$100.
And I get the sense that he wants to use this as a real spark, a real beginning, and he knows that he's not got the game that he maybe had a couple of years ago, but he still thinks there's something tangible left in his locker. Now, he's probably got more belief than most others. And when I say most others, that includes ourselves. Because if Scott Mitchell wins tomorrow night, we've got a bit of a problem, because he was actually booked to commentate for Champions Week.
60.
That was how much belief we had on these chances this week.
$92. $60. $40. Scott the car 161.
So Mitchell here looking at 161 to take out the opening leg. Down for treble 17. Unable to get. So McCaughern looking at the big fish to get his day up and running.
123. Colin the car 170. $45. Scott the car 38.
Well, could split. May go straight four. Does go straight four. And then lofts away over the top to take the opening leg.
Second leg, Colin to through first. Game on.
No, it's quite significant the reason we brought those averages up in regards to Colin, and that is because 82.69 means that it is 6 point something visits to the board, not 6 or lower, which means he's always needing that 7th visit. And there we can see again
100.
against the throw, it allows Scott Mitchell that 7th visit to the board, and you've got to sharpen that up in these sort of individual matches, certainly when you're playing the top of the table.
As for Scott Mitchell, it's fair to say that he played what you would call Super Series par for the course yesterday. Average of 85.32 for the session, and in terms of his doubling, just underneath 40%, 39.58, 19 hits from 48 attempts on the
83.
outer ring.
He'll be delighted with that. Absolutely. Only losing out yesterday to Martin Thomas. He'll be looking to return that form when the pair meet in the second cycle of fixtures.
41.
It's not just that as well. It's the range of performance, because yes, he averaged 85 for the session, but his highest average was only 89, which tells you that his game is knitted around that type of range. I know Paul Nicholson bangs on about it a lot, but he bangs on about it because it's true. If you can keep your range of performance as small as possible, it gives you the best chance in terms of being consistent. And by being consistent, particularly in this round-robin format, it gives you a better chance of qualifying through to Saturday.
$100.
So Mitchell looking at 78 to
100.
double his lead to 2-0. Double 12. Good guide. Unable to follow it. McCaughern may just get a dart at the ball here to level up. Well, it is
61.
just low.
Scott the car 12. No score.
Well, Mitchell made a bit of a dog's dinner with that. And so McCaughern back for 25 to level this game up at 1 apiece. Double 8 found.
On the second leg, Colin
and
McCaughern.
We are back on terms.
Third leg, Scott it through first. Game on.
One thing's for sure, if Scott Mitchell does get through to
43.
Saturday night, he normally brings a bit of a fan base with him.
Ah, yes, the Farmy Army.
180.
As McCaughern piles in. The first max of the session. Didn't see one of the opening 2 matches of the day.
$41.
I wonder what else he's got up his sleeve. Nothing more in this leg. However, he's in a very good position to break the throw of Mitchell, who had darts to go 2-0 up. Could find himself 2-1 down before too long. And this is going to give a real encouragement, not just to Kieran Forde,
36.
who's given him the jump at the top of the table already, but particularly to Patrick Dekker, who's on 6 points. And he will see, perhaps, if he loses this game, a little bit of vulnerability from the
45.
former Lakeside champion.
$100. Colin your car 142.
Oh, this is superb. However, he has miscounted. He's gone for the treble 12, 46 left.
$102.
Tops left after 12.
Well, this is what we was asking for. A change in level,
41.
a change in gear.
Colin your car 40.
And it's coming at the right time. It's coming on the Mitchell throw. And he's got time.
Double 10. Oh, he's bust it.
Bit of juggling as well there. Zoran Lurchbacker, wasn't it, in the World Championship many years ago? Threw the dart up, caught it.
I'm making an argument that his juggling's better than his throwing with that previous turn. And here comes Mitchell, just trying to snap at the ankles of his opponent, just asking the question. Asking Colin, are you up to it, pal? Double 10. Big dart. And he knows that Mitchell's lurking behind him. And that's why it makes that dart even more impressive. Break found, 2-1.
Fourth leg, Colin.
Just watching Colin here and the demeanour and everything about his game, and you can certainly see he's somebody that lives every single dart. He's enjoying himself. That is very, very clear to see. But it can also get a little bit tiring when you live in every single game, and especially when you've got to do 5 games in a day and you're playing a league table at the same time.
140.
Interesting to see how he can manage those energy levels throughout the day.
And is that just the purity of being on the big stage for the first time, where you're just lapping everything
135.
Oh, absolutely. And everything's heightened. Every single moment just feels more important. I remember my first game at the UK Open on stage 1, 2013. I won the opening leg, took out 118, did about 3 laps of the room, and struggled for the rest of the game.
6-1?
Actually, 154.
Ah.
I remember the wins because there weren't many of them.
Was that the year that you beat Robert Thornton as defending champion and he totally forgot? Or you gave him a good old go as a defending champion and he totally forgot?
That's the one, yes. That's the one.
You were really disappointed when he didn't know who you were after that tungsten talk.
100. Colin, your car, 87.
Look at the scoring, though. Gears was what we asked for. Racing through them here is Colin. This feels an important shot here for Scott Mitchell.
30. Scott the car, 161.
Joe 17. Gets it, bullseye. Clips the coat of paint, and that might be the difference between 2-2 and 3-1.
What a great effort that was, and Colin would have been watching on, just praying, hoping for the miss, and that's why he's just took this extra moment. This is experienced play here from Colin, despite the inexperience.
$37. Shot the car,
opportunity
25.
missed to go too clear. Mitchell to square us up at 2 apiece. Now, he played 5 games yesterday, did Scott Mitchell. 4 of them went the distance.
Gains on the fourth leg,
We're
Scott
back on
Mitchell.
terms at 2-2.
Fifth leg, Scott to throw first.
Well, remember that leg, Henry, because Colin, after 9 darts, was down to a 2-dart possible checkout. After breaking the throw, he'll feel like he's just give it straight back. That could be the turning point of this match.
And Scott
100.
Mitchell's experienced enough to know when somebody fluffs their lines, he'll step in and he'll try and make him feel as bad as possible for it. He knows that he's used up a bit of a life here as the former world champ.
125.
And all of a sudden, the impetus is on Conor McCaughern, how he's going to respond to that. Because he knows he should be clear, but if he's not careful, he could find himself behind in a couple of moments' time.
$45.
However, that consistency that we were labelling with Scott yesterday in terms of his level of performance hasn't quite been there today. There's been a few wayward ones early on in proceedings here.
And you can just see him at times come to the back of the stage and just sort of symbolise exactly that, as if he's trying to find his grip, trying to find the release. Just maybe not feeling as fluent as he did yesterday. And sometimes when you play a lot of darts in a day, it can
84.
take you just a game or two just to sort of really find that form. The beauty is he's already got the points on the board, so he doesn't need as much.
59.
Treble here may contemplate the pull. Well, big treble anyway.
43.
And so the door now ajar for McCaughern to get the break again. Single treble leaves himself on a finish. Single treble found.
96.
And so the impetus all of a sudden again back on Scotty Dog.
44. Calling your car
that single
161.
five coming into play again, which we hardly saw yesterday. And it's given McCaughern 6 here from 161 to break back. And then he'd have the darts in the next to get the job done.
55.
And by diverting wide, still in three-figure range. And Scott will just know one treble here. Leave yourself on a 2 to ask the question.
$82. Calling your car 106.
Happy accident, treble 17, bullseye. Well, that would have been some
75.
recovery from an errant
Shot the
first
car
dart.
103.
Scott Mitchell just had a very fine effort at the 161 finish. Not happy with that first start though. Great recovery. What a pick off that is for Scott Mitchell. I told you to make a note of it, Henry. We'll roll it back 3 minutes. Scott Mitchell looked very, very likely to be 3-1 down. He's now 3-2. What a turnaround. A couple of mistakes there for Colin. And Scott Mitchell just showing all of his experience. And I think that's what we're seeing here. That is the key and that is the difference. Just that little bit of experience in the favour of Scotty Dog.
60.
Well, that is what he does. You miss, he punishes. And it is fair to say he's been second best in this game, Scott Mitchell, and he'll probably be the first to admit that.
125.
But he finds himself in front, but still McCaughern puts him under a barrage of pressure.
$60.
Well, it was last leg shootout yesterday for Scott Mitchell in this game. 4-3 victory. On that occasion, Colin had the throw. So
100.
All ticks and all advantages at the moment if you are a backer of Scott Mitchell.
And if you are having a punt, 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
$59. $81.
Well, it looks like another game of Scott Mitchell's is going to be heading the distance. As we tick into the 18th minute of this contest. It feels like we're none the wiser
25.
as to who's going to be the player that's going to win it. But a slip there has opened up the door for Mitchell. Just a one treble puts himself
60.
handily poised, but 60 means that McCaughern has 6 here from 153.
$95.
Big last. I was just starting to get a little bit concerned there for Colin. No treble, would have left him with a lot of work to do, with a lot of pressure on his shoulders. And again, Scott Mitchell just... Again, look,
85.
the throw's breaking down here for Scott Mitchell.
58.
Just starting to throw that shoulder into the shot.
And so this is to take us all the way. Double 10. That double 10, when other doubles have failed him, have bailed him out a couple of times.
7th final leg, Scott to through first.
The ideal there for Colin, extend the game, get into that last leg shootout, and you'd be hoping that Scott Mitchell continues to really struggle with this release.
What
a start.
Just what he needed. He needed something positive. He needed something big and quick.
140 on throw, and he's forced McCaughern into something
60.
similar he's unable to get, and now he's got a sizable lead as Scotty Dog. And he was probably thinking up until that errant stray 5, treble a visit, would put himself in a very good position. But he's got a
25.
problem now that all the hard work he's put in to hit that 140 to give himself a bit of an ascendancy on throw may well be wiped out straight away.
60.
But McCaughern cannot find anything big.
$81.
Oh, that was a big one. Big last start.
Gears. That's what we've been looking for. Can Colin peak at the right times and the big moments? Doesn't come no bigger than that. In a last leg shootout against the darts. Maximum required,
43.
maximum found. He's in control now. It's in his hands.
And Mitchell's thinking, how have I let this slip? Because he had this last leg exactly where he wanted it. And he'll feel as if he's found a way of losing this contest.
That's what the balance of play
59.
and the projections would suggest. However, Colin's still got to make it happen. And a trebleless visit there has given Scott Mitchell another opportunity to try and gain a bit of control here.
$85.
The treble with left in handy on a potential 2-darter instead. Colin may feel he's got 6 here. That's certainly what he's going to be hoping and certainly what he'll be telling himself.
78.
Well, Scott Mitchell
Shot
looking at the
card,
127 to win the game. And this really to bail him out. He was in control of this last leg and he's let it slip. But he's going to get a match dart at the bull's eye. And he wasn't too
102.
far away from finding it.
Final
Line was
64.
fine. Length dropped just low. And so McCaughern's going to come back. Should get at least a match dart from the 64. What does he prefer? Tops or 16s? It's double 16.
48.
It's not there. And
Shot
Mitchell's going to get another
25.
couple.
For a bit of a dodge, for a bit of a steal.
One left.
9.
Clips the wire. 2
Colin
opportunities have come to
16.
pass. And so McCaughern's going to get 3 more at double 8. And this is to keep himself just with a fighter's chance on the periphery of qualifying through. You move on to 6 points of a win here. He'll only be a couple off the top 2 are both on 8. Can he work a way in? Yes, he can, off the barrel in the bed. And Colin McCaughern gets the better of Scott Mitchell by 4 legs to 3. And Mitchell's day starts in defeat. And it means that we've got a tight battle towards the line in Group C. Coming up next, Kevin Painter takes on Kieran Forde. Game 4 of the afternoon, and it's a meeting between Kevin Painter and Kieran Forde. Before the break, Colin McCaughern got the better of Scott Mitchell in a last leg decider 4-3. It means that Forde and Mitchell both on 8 points respectively. Forde on 8 with +8 legs difference at the top of the table. Scott Mitchell in second, 8 points +4.
Kevin, you throw first.
Colin McCaughern now in third, 6 points -1. That's the same as Patrick Dekker in fourth. However, McCaughern gets the jump on Dekker because of the fact that he's won 4 more legs in comparison to the Dutchman. And then the bottom two, it sees Kevin Painter in fifth, 4 points -3 in terms of his legs difference.
58.
And Martin Thomas at the bottom of the pile with just 4 points to his name and -7 in that particular department. For Kieran Forde, he's the man who can make the big waves early on in the session. He won his first match. He saw Mitchell lose his first, and now he has an opportunity to really make a mark, make a push, and to separate himself from those in behind in third and fourth, respectively. What a start he's made.
39.
He had quite a few yesterday, didn't he, as well, with the maximums. 11 180s.
95.
Very impressive debut. And you get this sometimes, don't you, where players have shown bits, they've done okay
45.
on the various circuits, and they come to the Super Series, they come to life. Something about this venue that just brings out the best in people.
$60.
They could start with a 180 and set up with a 180.
180.
Well, his scores in this leg, 180, 39, 45, 180.
Yeah, makes sense.
That's like me and you down the dog and duck
43.
map.
Kieran, your car, 57.
You're throwing first in the pairs and I'm throwing second. Forde looking at 57. Double top for the break. 2 10s.
37.
Not there, so
Kevin, your
Painter
car,
returning for
105.
105. $17 scored, so 88 remaining. Depends what does he fancy. Treble 16 tops or the treble 20 for the double 14? And for the 20, he's unable to get, and so Forde will return for double 10 to get the break and to
57.
seize
Kevin,
the
your
early
car,
initiative
20.
in the contest. 2 5s. Drops low. And that is 4 opportunities for the
16.
opening leg that come
Kevin,
to
your car,
pass for the young
48.
man from Sheffield, and Painter can pinch his pocket. So hold a throw, but it'll feel like such a break for Kev. Oh, what a find. What a camera angle that was as well. Superb camera angle. You could see it then float into the bed for what was a rather obscure target. And Painter goes a leg to the good. Superb work all round.
85. $54. $85.
Painter now looking to tap away at his opponent.
$60. 40.
Things aren't working out at the moment for Kieran, and by that, I'm going back to what we was talking about earlier in regards to the angle of entry of the dart. He wants that dart bottom wire or just underneath. And that first dart was perfect. Just under the bottom wire.
100.
Went left. Just when he's trying to put the darts on top. Again, look, not able to use it.
60.
Not able to stack on top, and that's his game. That's what he'd have worked on with this angle of entry and with this flight.
Tell you what, I wonder if we can have a look at that stacking technique a little bit more in the next leg. Because it looks like leg two is coming to a close. Painter's innocuously left himself on 162.
I'm guessing you missed the part where I said it wasn't there
96.
at the moment, Henry. We can't see it because it's not there. He's missing it.
I know, and I just want to have a better angle as to how we're seeing him miss it. I'm just trying to help the viewer experience, Matt, that's all.
Could be looking at the bullseye here.
Can we have a look at the bullseye? There's the bullseye.
55.
And there's a single
Kieran
15.
Newcar, 135.
135, and Kieran Forde will start on the ball. Gets the bullseye, treble 15, unable to get. And so Painter, who took out a 105 in his opening match
Newcar, 107.
against Martin Thomas, is looking at a 107 here to double his lead to 2-0. 88 left. Double 14. For what is his second tongue topper of the day, and he wanted us to know about it. He really has got the bit between his teeth as Kevin Painter. 2-0 up and really beginning to make a push.
They just love watching Kevin Painter when he's got this mood, when he's got this steely aggression within his game. And that's good to see as well. When we've seen it in the past, when we've seen him have some form of reaction and get really involved in the game, the next throw has kind of broken down a little bit. Not that time.
80, thank you.
Giving it the gusto is Kev Painter.
177.
And getting better. And getting better all the time.
Well, earlier on in the day, I said Kevin Painter's not out of this, and he can pick them off one at a time.
177.
First game, 4-1 victory over Martin Thomas. Picked one off. That was Martin Thomas. If he goes on to win this, as things stand in the live in play table, he would also pick off Patrick Dekker.
Yeah, move up to fourth, and depending on what Conor McCaughern does next, takes on Patrick Dekker. So he has got a bit of a stumbling block there because one of them has
59.
to move on to 8 points, but he'll worry about that further down the line. And Thomas takes on Mitchell and gains 6.
See, that's not a problem because Kevin's still got to play them himself. If he didn't have those fixtures himself
60.
on the horizon, it'd be a problem because you're waiting for the results. It's all in his hands. It's all in control.
$82.
So 98 for Painter to lead this game 3-zip. And this opens the whole
100.
group up. And it doesn't necessarily
Kevin
put
Newcar,
Martin Thomas
98.
out of play if he gets the better of Scott Mitchell. In fact, if he was to beat Scott Mitchell, irrespective of what happens in the last, or in the next game, shall I say, you'd have a situation where you'd have 3 players on 8 and 3 players on 6, one of the first couple of rounds of fixtures, and then it's just an
58.
absolute minefield for the other
84.
spot. Double 12. 6s.
78.
Inside, and so Painter back for 3-zip.
40. $20. Kieran Newcar, 6.
So 2 3s for Forde. To get himself back into the contest.
3.
But those opportunities have come to pass, and so Painter has an opportunity to really hammer home the ascendancy in this game.
Game shot on the third leg,
And
Kevin
finds
Painter.
it, gets there in the end. It was hard work, but Painter 3-0 up.
Fourth leg, Kieran to throw first. Game on.
And 1 away from victory.
$97. $97.
I don't think I'd be very popular for bringing this point up, but I think it's a point that's worth making at this moment in time.
125.
When Kevin Painter lost his tour card, one of the things he spoke about quite a lot was his very rare ability to lose games from this sort of position. When you take a 3-leg lead, a 4-leg lead, when you be 5-1 up, 5-2 up, and find a way of losing the game. And I wonder if that's just why we're seeing that little bit of a stick come back into his throat.
Because these situations, there's much your mind telling you can't do something as opposed to telling you it can do something.
Bad memories. Not going as far as saying a trauma stamping memory, but certainly bad memories, some vibes from this position.
$121.
He's got time. He can make a few mistakes. He's earned the luxury of that.
46. $100.
Well, Painter leaving himself on 140 to win the contest. And this, well, this would be a real big surprise. Not surprised that Painter win the contest, but surprised by the manner of the win potentially. Was looking at tops.
100.
Once upon a time, Kev would have frowned upon something like that. Forde here being afforded an opportunity to stay in the match. For that
81.
tops, that was a concerning drift into the 5. And that could be curtains for Kieran. For a big win in more ways than one. Big win in terms of scoreline. Big win in terms of putting himself into play. And if he wins it 4-zip, he'll be on 6 points plus 1 in the table. He is very much back in the equation if this tops goes. Double 10, huge dart. Double 10 is there, and that is a huge win for the artist. And he knows exactly the seismic nature of that 4-0 success because it brings him right back into play. Kieran Forde thought that he had very much put himself in the box seat, but that 4-0 defeat puts him back in the mix. Next up, Patrick Dekker takes on Colin McCaughern. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Kevin Painter got the better of Kieran Forde by 4 legs to 0. Match number 5 is a meeting between Patrick Dekker and Colin McCaughern. And the winner of this game will move on to 8 points in the table. And it's a very interesting looking table, it has to be said. Painter with that win before the break. And because of the margin of the win, 4-0 against Kieran Forde.
First leg,
Has put himself very much back into the mix. 6 points plus 1. His legs difference, which means that he is very much hot on the heels of Mitchell and Forde at the top of the group. The winner of this one will join Kieran and Scott on 8. And for Scott Mitchell, an opportunity to once again take full command of the group if he was to get the better of Martin Thomas in game number 6. So there could be one or two things that happen here, Matt. We could either be exactly as we were at the beginning of the day, or we could have all 6 players all within a couple of points of one another.
140.
Before a dart was thrown, we sat up in the studio and discussed what we thought was going to happen, made some predictions, and I said today's all about the story. I think there's going to be a lot of things unravel here. I don't think this is going to be over early. I think at some point of the day, always, the players are going to feel like they've got an opportunity to qualify. They're going to feel like there's an important game for them. But I bet they didn't expect that Kevin Painter would have put himself as much into the mix as he has. We haven't seen Martin Thomas back again since he lost to Kevin Painter. He could play a hand in the next game against Scott Mitchell.
Doesn't have to chase the ball. That's why he's going to have a look at the 10. Misses that, and so he'll have to come back for 35.
Would I be fair in saying that since we last saw Patrick Dekker, that
105,
he's looked a little bit more
35.
reliable this time round?
Yeah, I think he's gone away on it. We saw him at the Global Championship. Now that he missed out on legs difference to Dean Gallagher in terms of qualifying through to the second phase of that tournament. But you can tell he's gone away and he's done the hard yards.
19.
And all we can ever ask of a player is to be a better version of themselves the next time we see them. All we can ask for is improvement. And irrespective of whether he qualifies through or not, he can 100% say that he is a better version of himself now than he was the first time he was here. As McCaughern looks at double 18 for the 116.
98.
Just on the inside, and so Dekker's got 3 in hand at double 8 to take the opening leg.
Game shown the first leg, Patrick
Better
Dekker.
from Dekker, and he leads 1-0.
Second leg, Colin did through first. Game on.
He's a man that tells us exactly how he feels when he's playing well, Patrick Dekker. He's not afraid to give it a bit of gumption.
40.
Not afraid to let the opponent know that he's feeling good. And that sometimes can be a little bit imposing, and we saw that probably more than anybody else on this stage by Jimmy Van Schie.
140.
When he was playing well, he wanted everybody else to know. And when you're a 6'9" giant, then that can become rather fearsome to come up against.
We've heard interviews in recent times, haven't we, talking about Gerwyn Price and how a lot of players, when they first went against Gerwyn Price, actually found him quite intimidating. Built like a tank and roaring away. Actually used to throw people off their own natural game.
100.
The roaring here, though, being done by Paul Hinks, because Dekker is hitting the big stuff.
Yeah, this is mightily impressive so far from PD. He's himself on a 2-darter after 9. Doesn't have to chase the bullseye if he doesn't want to. Well, we speak about imposition, and he really is imposing himself here, is Patrick, so far.
46.
You mentioned you've seen an improvement from visit 1 to visit 2 here. Fair to say, when he played here for the first time, we didn't see any of the like. He averaged 103 early on in Group A. Had some decent performances yesterday. And now just looks as if he's in an absolute free roll. Full flow. And 2-0 to the good. 13 darter.
Well, let's just
Survey
compare
Patrick to throw first. Game
the
on.
numbers. It's a numbers game. Scott Mitchell, top of the table. Overnight, won 4 games from his 5. Patrick Dekker averaged
100.
under 1 point worse than Scott Mitchell, so less than a point between the pair's average. With that in mind, that suggests that with that level,
61.
in the exact same group against the same opposition, Patrick Dekker could quite easily win 4 from 5 today. He's playing at that level.
And then it
100.
boils down to timing. Because he's playing well, but maybe not playing well at the crucial moments that matter.
96. $100.
Only a Max is going to leave McCaughern on a finish from here. But he may get said Max.
120.
Oh, that's mighty unlucky. Well, you can see with the piercing of the flight of Dart 2 where exactly that was intending.
So why is he not going to his case and making a change? Because we've just seen that that equipment is compromised.
130.
He's persisting.
And it's not as if he's not got any spares on the stage, because both players have got a case.
Now, one of Edgar's top tips is always have a
140.
flight and a
Patrick
stem
71.
pre-made ready. Because some people don't want to change it because they worry about standing there sorting out the prongs. If your hands are shaking, you can't get it in as quickly. Have a full setup, switch the whole thing out, put the new one in.
Double 10.
61.
2 opportunities
Colin
are come and gone for
84.
Patrick Dekker, and so McCaughern here looking at 84. May just be a poke at the ball, but an opportunity to get himself back into the contest. 14 leaves that target. Didn't contemplate the treble. Knows the magnitude of this dart.
36.
And that felt rather
Patrick
nervy.
10.
And so Dekker here to go free clear. 2 5s.
Game shot
Well,
on
he
the
used
third
that
leg,
first
Patrick
dart as the
Dekker.
perfect guy, clipped it off the barrel, and finds
Fourth leg,
himself
Colin,
into a
to third
3-0
first.
lead.
Game on.
Well, he's playing well here, Patrick, but he still isn't overly enamoured with his performance.
100.
Hard man to please.
Dart players are never happy. Always want a bit more. Could win a world championship and wonder why they haven't won 2.
92.
Right in the back of the flight. You could see it split, couldn't you, there? There's a dart rejected, and he's still not changed it.
51.
He is playing with that flight. I do not understand that. You're on a stage, playing for a chance to get to Champions Week, playing for a chance there to get in the Globals. This is a pathway and a journey that could be a 6-figure prize fund,
82.
and you're playing with compromised equipment. I'm going to put this down to complete inexperience. Sometimes you don't want to
134.
feel like you're delaying things, but it's your time. Do what you need to do.
I see he's not taking a leaf out of Scott
60.
Mitchell's book on how your time at the Yockey is your time at the Yockey.
Who is coming up next?
Yes! Up against Martin C. Thomas.
46.
Make sure you make yourself a brew. So McCaughern looking at the fish.
100. Colin your car 170.
Does he get the fish? Doesn't even have to go for the fish unless he thinks that Dekker could do something fruity.
$60.
Well,
Patrick
there's to
your
wrap
car
it up.
167.
Down for treble 19. Gets it. Ball for the win. Ball for the win.
Patrick Dekker.
And that's more like it. You can hear what it meant to Patrick Dekker. A 4-0 success, wrapped up a 1-6-7 finish, and Patrick Dekker's right in play. But Conor McCaughern, well, he now slides down to 5th in the league table. Really good performance, that average of 98.5. 4 from 10 on the doubles, wrapped up with a 1-6-7 finish. Before the break, we saw Patrick Dekker get the better of Conor McCaughern by 4 legs to nil, average of 98.56, 4 from 10 on his doubles, and wrapped the match up with a 1-6-7 checkout. Game 6 sees Scott Mitchell and Martin Thomas go head-to-head. Mitchell, who can return to the top of the table and still have a 2-point lead intact if he can get the better of Tomo here. But if Martin was to win this match, then we'll be in a position of the league table where we'd have 3 players tied at the top on 8 points, and then the 3 players in behind all tied on 6. So everybody within a couple of points of one another, and everybody still just about in the equation to qualify through to tomorrow night's final from this group. It's Mitchell versus Thomas in game 6 of 15 that we're broadcasting to you this afternoon across the Pluto TV network of channels. And for Martin Thomas, I think it's fair to say, Matt, it's just got to be a darn sight better than his opening display against Kev Painter.
And I imagine he will be as well. Martin Thomas is a lot better than the performance of which he's put in there, and ideally you want to go up against the likes of Scott Mitchell, because Scott Mitchell is someone who's very aware,
41.
isn't he? He analyses things. He's very up to date with all the players and their capabilities. If Martin Thomas was going up against someone who maybe is a debutant,
48.
one of the European ADC qualifiers, who will just literally look at what's happened in front of them and see Martin Thomas bottom of the table, I'll be all right here. Where Scott Mitchell knows Martin Thomas is not a bottom of the table player.
60.
And yesterday, the only player to beat Scott Mitchell. Although Scott will, by his own admission, know he should have won that game. Both players missed a plethora of match
60.
starts and a last leg decider. For Martin Thomas is able just to crawl over the line. So he'll be well aware of the task that's ahead of him.
81.
And he'll probably feel as if he let it slip in his opening game against Colin McCaughern. Lost 4-3. There was a spell in the game where he looked on top. Last leg kicked off 140 and then just
60.
couldn't back it up with anything. Then had match starts, missed match starts. He could have been in a position where he could have sailed off into the sunset, but he could find himself really embroiled
62.
in a bottlenecked battle to see who the two players from 6 will be in tomorrow night's final from this group.
100.
Thomas with a ton leads himself on 112. Mitchell needs a treble to leave a finish, but realistically needs 2 of them.
How's the finishing of Martin Thomas? We've identified that was the problem
140.
yesterday. Just
McCaughern
13 hits
12.
from 73 attempts. We haven't had too long to look today. Only had one double against Kevin Painter and he found it. He would
88.
argue he's
Got the car,
100%.
117.
And he'd be correct.
117. Took out a 103 in his previous match, did Scott. And he's going to get a dart here at a similar size finish to take out the opening leg. Double top.
77.
Kisses the wire, but skims it
McCaughern,
high.
24.
And so Thomas here returning for 2 12s to take the early ascendancy in
on
the
the first
contest.
leg,
And that is
Martin Thomas.
exactly what he does.
Second leg, Scott to through first. Game on.
At what point does Scott Mitchell potentially panic, knowing that he was in such a good position
100.
overnight and it could go wrong?
I'm going to give you 2 answers. One of them's the answer that I would have gave you a couple of years ago. And I'll give you the modern day one.
81.
The one I'd give you a couple of years ago is Scott Mitchell wouldn't panic in this situation because he knows he's got the quality to dig himself out of it and he's not had a negative experience. As of today, the 6th
85.
of March 2026, I would probably give you a different one. And that would be if he was to lose this match. Because Scott Mitchell doesn't know how much he can rely on his ability to get himself out of
41.
the situation right now on the evidence of how he's played over recent times. And not only that, he's had a negative experience where he's come into a final day, clear on the table, and didn't cash it in. Scar tissue.
100.
I'm sure that will cause 1 or 2 concerns for the Farmy Army. Now, Scott was telling me about his downtime last night and what he was doing after the session was
139.
finished. And he spent his Thursday night at a pub quiz. The second time he's been at the same quiz with the same quizmaster. Now, you would think that as a result,
60.
he would know the answers to the questions, wouldn't you? Well, somehow he managed to finish 1 place less than he did on Monday, despite it being the same quiz with the same questions.
$58. Scott the car, 156.
156 and 6 from here. $76 left.
100. 60. Scott Ducar, 56.
Tops. Well, he knew the answer to that. 1-1.
Third leg, Martin to through first. Game on. $85. $140. $60.
He's digging in now, isn't he, Scott Mitchell? The question you posed was, when would Scott Mitchell panic if he doesn't win this game? And I stand by that. I think this is a key game for Scott Mitchell, so it's great to see him responding like this.
Well, there's one thing we know about Scott Mitchell is he's got this never say die attitude. He will try and claw any situation out, no matter how unlikely the end result may be. And he's got this inner belief that he can turn any kind of situation around. And he's in a decent enough position to break the phone. He's about a treble, though, here with the last.
41.
Doesn't get, and all of a sudden Martin Thomas could be in play, particularly if he can find a couple of big trebles. But that makes life awkward, that first dart.
Well called. Well called indeed. Something we spoke about a lot. That flat angle of entry is great when you are low, not when you're high. But the light's shining him in the face. This is a bit of a problem now for Martin. It's as if, you know, you're driving down that country lane and someone's got the full beam on and they won't turn around. You flash them and they just leave it on for longer. Just had the full beam in the face.
Yeah, and it takes a few blinks to try and get it out your system, doesn't it? But Mitchell, who was
25.
in the driver's seat, but it looks like he's parking the bus in this leg.
100.
Finds a ton, Thomas. Mitchell 155. Big moment this, potentially. But too many darts are straying wide of targets. We said it in the first game. It's becoming apparent again here.
55. Matthew Carr, 116.
That reliable consistency just doesn't seem to be there at the moment for Scott Mitchell. That's where the dart wants to be, just underneath to stack up on
96.
top.
Scott the Carr, 100.
Tops. Scott Mitchell took this out yesterday. Took it out 3-all against Kevin Painter at a real key moment.
$60. Matthew Carr, 20.
So 2-10 to Thomas to go 2-1 to the good. Now chasing double five. Gets
on
it
the third leg,
and gets
Thomas.
himself in front. Scott Mitchell's problems are beginning to multiply here.
First. Game on.
You get the sense this is a big leg. And I mean that in more ways than one. Yes, I know that sounds like a very simple
60.
thing to say, oh, it's a big leg in the context of the match. But I just get the sense mentally for Scott this is a big leg. Because I get the sense and the feeling that he could find himself under siege very, very quickly here.
60.
They're stacking up behind, aren't they? In regards to the league table, it was a congested table going in overnight. It was only a very slight advantage for Scott Mitchell, and he would have seen the gap. He wouldn't have found any comfort in that.
And the thing is, he knew it could have been bigger overnight as well. He could have been 4K potentially. And all of a sudden, and you know, we've been in these situations before in this round-robin format as Thomas piles in a max. All of these thoughts, they just multiply in the mind and they just create a soup of horridness.
Well, you end up not just playing the game on the stage, you end up playing other games in your mind. The mind goes back to games you've let slip. It projects to ones you feel you have to win.
85. Scott Dekker, 161.
Doesn't have to go for it, but Scott's the type that would. He's the type that would. He has a glance over, though. He has a glance over. Does he go for the bull? Does he go for it? Oh, he decided to set up after all.
Gives a bit of a Bob Anderson as well. That was actually a combination. It was a combination of a Bob Anderson and a Martin Adams, because Scott Mitchell once told me that Martin Adams drilled into him. If you've got a shot, you go for it. And Scott's philosophy on that is, if I go to set up, I'm telling my opponent that I don't think I can hit it. And I counteracted him. I said, well, if you don't go for it, are you telling your opponent you don't need to hit it? Or is that a stalemate?
I bet you two have fun at parties.
You wouldn't know because you wasn't invited.
$125. $45. $100.
Sam Spivey with a good 6-5 win over Max Hopp at the UK Open.
95.
Plenty of Super Series regulars, past and present in action. Just seen that Dale Pilgrim's beaten Bo Greaves.
Well, there's two Super Series alumni, but not only that, but for very positive reasons. Darrell Pilgrim, the highest ever average here at the Super Series, 122.69. And Bo Greaves, the highest ever ladies average of 114.56. That, against Kevin Painter, who's coming up next.
And for a long time was the world record before she broke it twice in the space of a weekend at the Dev Tour. Mitchell's overturned the throw here.
100.
Leads himself on 76 after 12 against the throw. Really good leg this. Just when he did it. Just when he was being put under the pump.
60.
And Thomas is just beginning to lose his way a little bit. Two things are happening. Mitchell's getting better just as Thomas is putting his foot off the gas. And he's having a look here at double 14. 14 darter because of the double 14. And Mitchell breaks and leads 3-2.
6-leg Scott through first. Game on.
He's one away. And he would move on to 10 points if he was to win this contest.
It's felt like a bit of a grind 60. At times, hasn't it, for Scott Mitchell? A bit of a battle. But we have seen him battling himself at times just to sort of get that fluency. We have focused a lot on the result 85. Here for Scott Mitchell in regards to how important it is, but for Martin Thomas, you feel defeat here with the spread of points being so wide, probably a gap he's not going to claw back.
41.
And he'll be the first to be disappointed. Absolutely loves it here, does Martin Thomas. And we love having him. He's just one of life's most infectious characters. Always turns up every single morning, beaming smile on his face, full of energy, full of happiness and joy for the day that's ahead. And he's just somebody that brightens up all of our lives every time he's here.
66.
Remember the last time he qualified through to Saturday, we were having a a couple of wrapping drinks
41.
after the Saturday night action was finished, and Martin, forever charismatic as ever, holding court, putting the world to rights. And I tell you what, he's got a few nifty moves, I'll have you know.
100. $100. $100. Matuka 150.
So 150 for Thomas to take this game to a last leg decider. Well, there's the one-off.
80. Scott the car 134.
Well, this would be some way to wrap it up. 134 for Mitchell. There's the 54. I was looking at tops, couldn't find the first.
$74. Matuka 70.
$20 for double 20 to take us all the way.
50. Scott the car 60.
How valuable would 2 points be here for Scott Mitchell's chances?
Getting shot on the mat, Scott Mitchell.
That is Scott Mitchell in a nutshell. He's seen his opponent blow a couple of opportunities to take us all the way. And Mitchell duly obliges. He's on to 10 points in the group. We're watching Modus Super Series action on this Friday afternoon, and we've seen a win for Patrick Dekker in the last round of play. He wrapped it up for 1-6-7 to beat Conor McCaughern by 4-0. Scott Mitchell, though, is at the top of the table. He's got 10 points to his name. He got the better of Martin Thomas by 4-2 before the break, averaging 86.06, 4 from 8 in terms of his doubles. That's how the table looks. Let's move into our next game. Because Kevin Painter, Matt, has been the player that's been making the big moves today. 6 points plus 1, wins this one, and he wins it by a margin. He may well see himself in the top 2.
Been very impressive, hasn't he, Kevin Painter? 50% on the checkouts, 2 ton-plus checkouts along the way as well. And when Kevin Painter's playing well, go back to that Premier League campaign that he had, where he came off the back of the Players' Championship Finals win at the Doncaster Dome. It was all about the checkouts, especially those combinations, the 80s, the 90s, the low tons. That's what made him competitive in that Premier League campaign, and that's when he's playing his best. And he'll look at this game, he'll look at the league table, and he'll sense opportunity here to play himself back into contention for a Saturday night qualification.
Are we heading to the point now where Scott Mitchell's very close, and maybe we're looking a little bit more eminently at P2?
$55.
I would say this is one of the closest ran Group C's I think I've ever seen. Could all go wrong in the last 3 fixtures. It could all be quite
60.
Clear sailing for some. However, most people still in with a chance. Certainly 5 strong contenders here.
Well, we're heading towards the halfway point of the day, which is a point that I'm looking forward to, because I promised myself that I wouldn't eat my Viennese whirl that I've got in front of me on my comms desk until the end of Game 7.
45.
Do you know what? Funny you mentioned that. I've literally just had a tweet come in asking when Henry's going to eat his cake. They now know.
133.
You can get in contact with us at MSS Darts if you're tuning in and wanting to send us a comment.
$140.
Another. These himself 48.
140.
Good first leg this from Colin. It's solid enough on throw. We spoke about how probably in this group, holding in seats visits will probably do a job for you. Well, he's got an opportunity to do exactly that right from the get-go.
$41. Colin McCaughern, 48.
So 48 from McCaughern. Double 16.
16.
Clips the wire.
$88. Colin McCaughern, 32.
2 16s. Another crack at it. 2 missed darts at this target already. But he's not going to miss a third. McCaughern finds himself one up.
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
It was always a bit of a concern, wasn't it, as Kevin Painter got closer and closer to the possibility of Saturday night qualification. Was that little stick in the action going to start to rear its head?
55.
Not quite hit the ground running the way he has in the previous games.
57. $45. 95. $40.
Huge weekend of darts, isn't it, this weekend as well? The UK Open taking place, and one of the oldest running events
25.
on the darting calendar, the Isle of Man, a very, very popular event, very well attended. Many Super Series regulars over there battling for the ranking points, and there's a gold event in play as well. Opportunity to earn that golden ticket, that direct route through to Lakeside.
Yeah, first time that's been the case since 2022, which is actually the year I commentated on that tournament.
29.
Got yourself in there somehow.
And that was kind of when we first saw Luke Littler really come to preeminence. He scooped up a handful of titles
100.
that weekend.
Archie Self playing well, putting some big performances over in the Isle of Man. Coming through to the top 16.
Be it certain Kaya
32.
Basil in the last 32.
Someone who's sort of coming through, isn't he, Archie Self? Had a couple of good performances down here as well.
$43. $134.
Well, McCaughern here, 6 darts on 181 to break the throw and lead 2-0. And at this present moment in time, it's been one-way traffic
59.
for the Northern Irishman. Well, everything that Kevin
90.
Painter did so right in the first
Colin
couple of
Carr,
games is just beginning to go
122.
wrong a little bit here. Boom.
97.
Drops just low.
Kevin Carr,
Painter,
76.
despite his struggles in the first couple of legs, should get at least a dart at tops to level this game up at one apiece.
Needs something to go, does it? He needs something to happen, Kevin, just to get him back on that positive spin. He'd like this to go clean.
$60.
Well, that
Colin
really
Carr,
would have summed up
25.
Kev's character. He was at siege for the first couple of legs and still almost found a way to level the match up. And so McCaughern here, 2 8s for 2 zip. 2 8s found, 2-0 to the good. He gets the breaker throw.
I can tell you for a fact this is very
Colin
frustrating
deserves
if you're
first.
Kevin Painter.
Game on.
Because you've shown so many encouraging signs to play yourself into this exact position. And when he came here today, he'd been hoping to be on the stage here in Game 3, in the
96.
spot of which he was. He'd done the hard work playing himself here. And the performance, unfortunately, at this point has not been there.
91. $140. $100. $45.
That's inviting. That's where Kevin Painter would ideally want the dart to be.
140.
No surprise to see one go alongside it. Starting to turn up in this fixture now.
And he must be thinking a little bit here as well. I'm not playing well. I'm playing poorly here. But still, the guy in front of me is not doing anything great. If I just turn it on for a few minutes, I could turn this around.
Absolutely.
100.
He's getting
Kevin Carr,
chances.
170.
When you're playing bad and being left a mile back, you know you've got a lot of work to do. But he's getting chances, and here's another.
The ball
139.
did
Colin
not
Carr,
like that.
120.
And he wouldn't like this. If the 120 goes. Treble for tops. Oh, squeezed it off the barrel.
100.
But then pull
Kevin
that
McCaughern,
last dart
31.
low. So, well, that's in the double 10. And I'll tell you what, he was the width for a while away from busting that. It was so poorly thrown, it somehow just about gave himself a chance of then still being able to complete the shot with his turn. And how many times do we see that? When the first dart is so far right, you've got to recalibrate in a position which you wouldn't expect, and then it goes pop, pop. And Painter, despite the fact he's been largely outplayed for large swathes of this match, has got it back to throw at 2-1. And all of a sudden, this game's changing face.
140.
Well, he's changed the flight map.
What's that took? 4 legs and about 40 minutes in between. I think he could do a change in the other 2 as well, to be honest.
If Paul Nicholson was sat next to me right now, he'd be charging up and down this commentary box rather pensively and nervously.
But it's not like they're expensive, is it? But you always get the guy down the local. There's always that one who, you know, when you chuck your flights on the table and go, they're done, he goes, no, I'll have those. I've got a long time left with those. Got another month in there.
Well, last week there was a player who I shall not name who picked up some flights out of a bin and used it on the stage.
30.
Was that you on your way to your local Tuesday knockout?
No, no, no. I've actually I've got the moulded flight and stem combinations from yours truly.
85.
I'll tell you what, they're great equipment to average 41 with.
63.
I think they're both getting irritated now, aren't they? It can be contagious. Good performances are very contagious, where you can just get into that flow and in that rhythm.
40.
But ultimately, at the moment, it looks like they're both seeing opportunity here. Which, when you're playing like this, comes across as opportunity that is being missed.
Well, it's fair to say you can accuse both of these two of trying a little bit too hard here, knowing that the other one's not playing at their optimum level.
That's the issue that it causes, absolutely.
93.
When you see your opponent in front of you not quite having that performance. But right now, we are in the real meat of this tournament, where wins, especially for these two in the positions they are
85.
Absolutely crucial.
50.
For 2-2. Now, Painter, I'm not quite sure. Thought that he had 50 left there. Certainly questioning something and having a glance over at the scoreboard. Any which way, it's 50. You left it, Kev. And there's a huge moment in this contest. Huge moment potentially in the group. And Kev has found a process to kind of deal with these moments where he just needs to step back and recompose. And he just brings it back to base level 1 again. As if nothing's happened.
30. Colin your car 125.
Sensible play as well for Colin. Staring at the scoreboard and not looking at what's going on in front of him. It can become a little bit contagious. Can just start to eke into your own mind. Just makes you feel awkward.
27. Kevin your car 20.
Well, who saw this coming at 2-0?
15.
And Painter's spurred a number of opportunities, a handful of opportunities now to square this game. Can McCaughern pick his pocket? Number 19. Well, it's certainly getting tense.
60.
And the intensity will go up a little bit. McCaughern shaking his head. He is not happy. As Painter looks down at 2-2s for 2-2.
No score. Colin McCaughern, 38.
He's had chances here as Kevin Painter to pull this one back. But choices to be made here. Does he split? Does he go straight for it? Opts to split.
Getting shown the fourth leg,
the
Colin
right thing to
McCaughern.
do. He's stumbling towards the finishing line somehow.
Fifth leg, Colin to through first. Game on.
Well, it's fair to say, Matt, this will go under the category of attritional.
95.
Ultimately, it doesn't matter if you win with a 70 average, a 60 average, a 100 average. At this point, you just want the points. And the points are out there to be got.
83.
Wouldn't take too much of a rise in levels to get this one over the line for either.
And the thing is, we live in a world now that's dominated by how you do things as opposed to getting the job done. I mean, you watch Premier League football, for example, and everybody's having a pop at Arsenal and the fact that they're winning games through set
44.
pieces. What's it, 15 corner goals in the Premier League this season. And they're being critical of that fact, but the fact they're top of the league, it's irrespective of how they win the games. They've got more points than every other team in the league. They've got a 7-point gap at the top of the table. And the same point applies here. If Conor McCaughern averages 75 for the rest of the day and he qualifies through, he ain't going to care a jot. Anyway, 86 for the match.
With time. So he doesn't need to go for the 18 for the bullseye here. Just working out the mathematics, he sees where Kevin Painter is back on the 3-5-5. Sensible play.
$46.
Even a maximum doesn't help Kevin here. Can't get down to a finish. He's going to need 9 darts, which means Colin has lots of time.
40.
To wrap it up. And it was those darts, wasn't it, to make it 2-2 that Painter missed that's completely changed the context of the contest. And it's a 13-darter to wrap it up for Conor McCaughern. He gets the better of Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 1. Painter not overly happy following that one. Next up, Kieran Forde, Mike Thomas. Well, the halfway point of play here on this Friday afternoon. Before the break, Colin McCaughern got the better of Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 1. Game 8, a meeting between Martin Thomas and Kieran Forde. For Kieran, an opportunity to join Scott Mitchell on 10 points at the top of the group. Whereas Martin Thomas's campaign will come to an end in terms of qualifying through if he was to lose this match.
100.
Now, when Kieran won 4-2 in his opening match against Patrick Dekker, twinned with Scott
100.
Mitchell's 4-3 loss to Colin McCaughern, there was a thought that maybe he could perhaps get the jump over Scott in terms of being the box seat player in this group. But defeat for him last time out means he's got a bit of work to do. He was beaten 4-0 by Kevin Painter, and with the greatest of respect to Kev, it wasn't as if Kev had to do anything special to beat him to nil either.
Where's this pace come from?
80.
He's throwing so quick here, Kieran, and it's like he's playing the floor is lava on the hockey because he's getting off it that quick as well.
41.
What's your prognosis behind this addition of pace?
Aggression. I think he's trying to find something. I think he's trying to just play with that bit. We've already seen him tapping his head as he's walked back. I think he's just trying to
95.
feel like he's in command.
81.
Bit of a power play.
I'm sure that'll rob off when he plays Scott Mitchell later. 6-6.
75. Martin McCaughern 142.
Thomas looking at 1-4-2. Nava. He's trying to nestle away on top. That first dart was so inviting for him. Forde looking at 3-3. Now, if the first dart drops just low, about half an inch below the double bed, it'll be the perfect guide for him. That's perfect. That's even better. That's
on the
in.
first leg, Kieran Forde. Second leg, Martin to through first. Game on.
So what word do you use for better than perfect then, Henry?
Better than perfect.
41.
Perfecter.
Perfecto.
100.
Now that is better than perfect.
$49. 96. 60. 99. 125. 85. 84. Kieran McCaughern,
Good
21.
picker for the last. Double 20 for double 18. Unable to get. And so Thomas, who
105.
had a crack at this in the opening leg. Is he going to find tops this time? Yes, he is. And he finds it too.
Martin Thomas.
And that might well be the Martin Thomas blue touch paper being lit.
$60.
Well,
45.
you could almost put your house on that going. You almost got that sense of that second treble went in, the tops was being found.
125.
And his mind will go back to yesterday, because had a few more of those gone, he'd still be with a genuine chance right now of qualification, where mathematically he still can, but you feel like it'd be a bit of a miracle from here, be a lottery win.
43.
Those sort of odds are required right now for Martin Thomas to find a way through, but whenever he's still got a chance, he will be in there swinging, that is for sure.
125.
They reckon the chance of you winning the national lottery in the United Kingdom is 1 in 14 million.
100. 55.
Just watched himself for a second, because what he didn't want to do is accidentally hit a
36.
171 and leave himself double one. Leaves himself tops to go 2-1 to the good. And he's going to get a look
96.
at that tops
Get in your car, 40.
to establish a 2 legs to 1 lead. Is that inviting? Is that helpful?
30.
No, it's not.
Matthew Carr, 40.
And as we said earlier,
Getting
tops
shot on
or
the third
Tomo
leg,
can be
Martin
awkward if
Thomas.
he misses close to the wire. But no mistake with Dart 2. He
Ball
finds the
Marty
break,
was
and from
reversed.
1-0 down, he
Game on.
leads 2-1.
You feel like Kieran's come up here just with almost a little bit too much. Is
131.
aggression the word?
He's almost... I get the sense, and you feel free to disagree with me if you think... Well,
95.
I almost feel as if he's trying too hard to put things in his own hands. And I just wonder whether the naivety of the situation, the first time he's ever been involved in anything like this, and I think, as you say, I think he's
140.
trying to put matters in his own hands, and I think he's trying just a little bit too hard here. When what... And I know it's easier sat up here in this commentary box than it is
46.
standing on the stage. I 100% get that. But actually, we've got to try and just replicate the process as much as you have done to begin with. That's put you in this position. He's trying too hard to force the issue,
60.
I think.
Yeah, a bit hyper-focused, isn't he? It's almost as if he's gone into a boxing match. He's took a couple on the
100.
chin. He's gone, right, I'm going to
Matthew Carr,
windmill you now.
170.
That's what it feels like.
I don't know. I lost every fight I was in.
57.
Wasn't very good at boxing.
100. Matthew Carr,
113. He's already had the 142. 219.
53. Get in your car, 160.
Perfectly sat for another. Fires it, double top. And that was to hit with a haymaker back.
60.
Double top. That's sat invitingly.
Game
That
time
was the
fourth leg,
perfect
Martin
distance
Thomas.
between single, which would have given him the best guy for the W. You could see with the
Looks like
way
Kieran
that
with the
second
reverse.
dart
Game on.
nestled in. A flick off the flight into the bed, and Thomas is 3-1 to the good.
That is the
44.
advantage of these flights which the pair are using. It's not used that often because there's probably more disadvantages than advantages, but it was played perfectly there by Martin Thomas, who could be playing
60.
himself back into things here. This would move him on to 6 points if he can get the job done.
Biggest problem he's got is legs difference. Even if he wins this 4-1, he's still on -6. Patrick Dekker's on +3 in second spot. So he'd have to win every game from here on in, and he's going to have to find a heavy win somewhere along the line too.
60. 84. 97. 82.
Well, Thomas needs the 2 trebles to leave himself on a finish. Well, not that kind of treble anyway.
60.
And so Forde here being afforded 6 from the 166 to reduce the gap back down to 1 and to force Thomas to serve it out in the next.
134.
Picks off a couple of big trebles, leaves himself on 32. Thomas pretty much has to fill it up here, you feel.
80. Kieran Car 32.
So this to force Thomas to serve it out in the next. Serve it out he will.
Game shot on the 5th leg, Kieran Forde.
Back to 3-2, Thomas with the darts.
6th leg Marty to through first, game on.
Are we starting to see maybe the weakness in the game here, though, for Kieran Forde? Because in the last game,
140.
0 from 10 on the doubles, and he's already had 10 missed starts at a double so far in this match. Are we seeing maybe the reason as to why yesterday's average was so much higher than his seasonal? Because there has to have been something he did better yesterday to put such a marked improvement.
55.
Maybe he's finishing better than he normally does. We can only speculate at this moment.
100.
And of course, his roommate, James Buckby, is going to be in action tonight. 10 o'clock on Pluto TV. Kieran topping the action, Buckby tailing the action as far as our live darts is concerned today.
44. Madukar 170.
Thomas looking to finish with a flourish. He's got 6 from here. Doesn't have to go for the bullseye if he finds another treble. Doesn't have to go for the ball, but go on, Tomo.
123.
Line was fine, but it just drifted low.
Fancied it, didn't he? You can see from the reaction, he thought that was going to go, but Kieran, you can see from the smile on the face, probably feels that these are just wasted darts.
77. Madukar 47.
Because it's 47 for the match.
And it's double top. 2 10s.
37.
So that's 2 opportunities to win this game, which have come and gone for Martin Thomas. And Kieran Forde to take us all the way. Needs to find Sane out the top drawer. He's unable to get the 140. And so Tomo will
60.
return for 10.
Madukar 10.
To keep himself just about hanging on in there. It's an outside chance, but to give him a chance nonetheless. And he finds the 5 to win the game by 4 legs to 2. For Kieran Forde, that's back-to-back defeats. He's back in the pack. And Martin Thomas very much enjoying himself. Scott Mitchell, Patrick Dekker's next. Welcome back. We're here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, Martin Thomas got the better of Kieran Forde by 4 legs to 2. And so we've passed the halfway point on this Friday afternoon. And game number 9 is a meeting between Scott Mitchell and Patrick Dekker. Scott's got that smile between his smile on his face and his bit between his teeth as he takes on Patrick Dekker as we go towards the end of the third round of fixtures for the day.
Game on.
And if Mitchell wins this, he's in a very good position. 12 points to his name, 4 clear of Dekker, 4 clear of Forde, and he'd be pretty
81.
much as good as home and host. Which would mean Saturday night Scotty Dog.
60.
Well, he normally brings a crowd, so we know it'd be a packed house.
I'm sure we'll see the Farmy Army in full voice.
60.
Well, last time Scott Mitchell qualified, Tommy Morris came down to give him some support.
Been around the darting scene a long time, hasn't he, Scott Mitchell? Very, very well
122.
respected amongst his peers. It's a lot of time into the game as well, doesn't he? Certainly in regards to supporting of others. So it's always nice to see that sort of return when he's
60.
got a big game these days, when he's down here at the Super Series, when he's looking for another title for the mantelpiece.
One thing I've learned about Scott, and it's kind of, again, speaking to
100.
peers, is how respected he was as an England captain. A title which we both know he was very proud to bestow for a number of years. But then actually, if you speak to people about their times playing for England, the WDF system, they talk about playing alongside Scott and
60.
the leadership that he showed during that time. And actually, the way that he was able to manage people, which was one of his key attributes as skipper of that side.
99.
There's different ways in which you can sort of be a captain. You can run at the front of the line and say, come on lads, let's go do this, and charge into battle with them. Or you can stand at the back and you can help people along and encourage from the back of the queue.
120.
Scott Mitchell's probably one of the only people I know that kind of does both.
Treble. Single.
Getting shot
Double.
the first leg,
Superb.
Patrick Dekker.
Superb from Dekker. The 120 goes. He leads 1-0.
Second leg, Patrick to throw first. Game on.
Second ton plus checkout of the day. The other one being the 167. And so Dekker, with a break in hand, leads the game by a leg to 0.
60. 100. 100. 100. 60. 100.
Well, this is steady quality from Scott Mitchell. Hat-trick of tons. Which is something. The
100.
5-ton leg. I'm surprised we don't see it as often. 4 tons and a 101.
Well, if I was to be really pedantic, Scott Mitchell should go down for 25 here. And that's why you don't see so many
105.
red pen legs like that.
It's a very rare thing to see.
However, you may have to take out the 96. Because
135.
Dekker is
Scott McCaughern,
lurking.
96.
Well, we're talking about people living the darts. I think Dekker certainly living that on his way back. Doesn't want to look. Just waiting to hear the call of Paul Hinks, and you'll like what he hears.
Paddy 46.
Missed opportunities there for Scott Mitchell to get that breaker throw back. It's the ever-improving Patrick Dekker here to double his lead. Opts to split.
$14. Scott McCaughern,
Not
18.
happy about that. And Mitchell's been given a reprieve here. And these are the types of chances in his previous game against Martin Thomas that he took advantage of when Tomo was not up to task. Big dart.
No score. Paddy 32.
And he's allowed Dekker back in. Oh, now it's blocked.
Yes, just made a little shuffle to the left. That was a good effort.
Scott
Found
McCaughern,
his
18.
way past the flight, but just couldn't slide it between the wires.
2 9s.
Game show on
And
the
we're
second
level
leg. Scott
1-1.
Mitchell.
6.5 minutes the first 2 legs have
Third leg,
taken.
Scott to through first. Game on.
To put it into context, Shane McCaughern and Danny Van Trijk got 4 completed in 5 minutes and 31.
$60. $96.
Now, of course, you can take Pluto
43.
TV with you on your smartphone or your smart device. If you're out and about today and you want to watch every dart, you can download it on the Apple App Store, Google Play, wherever you get your apps from, and you can take Pluto TV on the move.
45.
And there's plenty of other channels as well on Pluto TV. It's free to stream all the time.
100.
Here's Pluto TV. Plenty of films and reality TV series to get your teeth stuck into. Crime drama,
58.
paranormal.
The Beyond Belief Fact or Fiction channel, highly recommended.
I was going to say, that'd be up your street, wouldn't it?
$100.
Sure you'd be a fan of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles channel.
Yeah, there's some really good ones on there.
Mona the Vampire.
140.
Hell's Kitchen's a good one. Dog the Bounty
98.
Hunter.
$105. Scott McCaughern, 100.
Well, Mitchell here looking at a ton to go 2 and up. He could and probably should be 2-0 down in this contest. And that would have been to have led the
60.
game for the first
57.
time. And now he's got to evade a few bullets from Dekker, who's missed 5 of the doubles so far in this game. And he's going to get a couple more at top, so what will be the third consecutive break.
Game on the third leg, Patrick Dekker.
No mistake. 2-1.
Fourth leg, Patrick to throw first. Game on.
Well, he'll be wondering what's going on here, Patrick Dekker. That would be that reaction, and I think if I was to hazard a guess, probably just struggling for a little bit of feel, a little bit of rhythm, which is always something that becomes a little bit tricky when you're taking on the Scotty dog.
Well, we said it earlier, he dictates terms.
Oh, you throw when he
100.
lets you throw. And I've played Scott Mitchell up there on that stage. And what I tend to do when I was playing was I just started walking wider. I went right up to the wall, past Paul Higgs. I'd probably undercut him there. Go all the way round up to the drinks table, take those extra steps, so you're not stood at the back for longer.
Doing small things to make the process
45.
feel as normalised as possible, even though it's a bit slower.
Yeah. Because it's at the back of the stage where you notice it. You don't notice it in the steps. You don't notice it in the walking around the hockey. You notice it in the fact that you stood at the back for so long, that you're watching.
Now, Patrick Dekker wins this game by 2 legs or more. He will go to the top of the table and replace Scott Mitchell
100.
as the
Patrick
man at
111.
the summit. And he's got a look here at the 111 to go 2 clear.
I expect some form of a reaction here if this goes.
91.
I expect a reaction if he hits or misses.
$100. Patrick 20.
So to go 2 legs clear, 2 tens. 30
shown the fourth
data,
leg,
really
Patrick
good
Dekker.
leg. And now Patrick Dekker's in a really good position,
Fifth leg,
1 away.
Scott to throw first. Game on. $83. $100.
Well, Patrick Dekker really did struggle in this game yesterday as well, didn't he? An average of 74 in a 4-1 defeat to Scott Mitchell. So there's clearly something about this game he doesn't enjoy too much. Although the performance,
60.
very good. But you wouldn't tell, would you, by looking at him and his demeanour right now?
But it was also like that in his previous game against McCaughern, where he averaged 98.5, had the 167 finish, and still looked as if he played below par. Well, I think that's what his demeanour was
56.
telling us if you didn't know the numbers behind it.
Potentially just a little bit of panic as well. That could be what we're witnessing here and what we're seeing. Because he wants the result. He knows what the result means.
$60. $140.
Well, he's got this game to all intents and purposes now, Patrick Dekker, exactly where he wants it. Mitchell's got to show that eye of the tiger
100.
here.
$96. 38.
No real
Forde
damage
car,
done there for Scott
109.
Mitchell. Dekker would have been dreaming of this. A bit of time, a bit of comfort. We'll feel he's got 2 attempts here to get the job done.
Well, he's not going to take this chance.
53.
He
Scott
hopes
car,
that
160.
Mitchell hasn't got something extraordinary up his sleeve. Well, he's unable to find the 160. Can he hit a 140 and leave himself on a double?
100.
Tunley's at
car,
handy.
56.
Dekker for the match for 4-1 win, looking at 56. 16 for double top. Tops it is. Perfect guide. Can he just bump it off the barrel? That was the intention, not the execution.
60.
And so Mitchell to keep the flame of flickering. Look at it, 60. It's double top. It's 2 10s.
Getting shot on the fifth
It's
leg,
there,
Scott
and we know
Mitchell.
one thing about Scott Mitchell. He's not going to give up or had a fight. Back to 3-2.
Sixth leg, Patrick to
And he
throw
forces
first. Game
Patrick
on.
Dekker here to serve it out.
Well, everything that Scott Mitchell stands for, all those things we've talked about in regards to being the England captain, the pride of which he has in that award, there's no way that he can just roll over in any
140.
game. He has to be seen to do this. He has to be seen fighting to the very end and stand by all those words of encouragement that he offers other people and ultimately acts as an inspiration. And that's what he's doing here when he's digging in, when he's not finding his very best, but is it letting
100.
you see? Can you tell that Scott Mitchell in his demeanour is not playing the same as when he's playing well? You wouldn't know. If you just cover the dartboard side, you wouldn't know what Scott Mitchell's doing.
Practicing what he preaches as an England captain.
60.
Leading by example. Do as I do, and do as I say.
41. $45. $100.
I just get the sense that we're hitting a stalemate, and the further it's stalemated, the better it is for Scott Mitchell. However, is Dekker just beginning to
140.
find that final flourish he needs to cross the line? Another one needed realistically.
100.
Ton does leave on a finish, but Dekker
116.
will probably feel he's got 6 here for 116 to win this game 4-2. No, he need the 3. He may only need the 3.
Game
He
shown
only
match,
does
Patrick
need the
Dekker.
3. And that's his second ton plus checkout of the match. The 116 joining the 120. And Scott Mitchell now finds himself rather perilously positioned. Patrick Dekker on to 10 points. The pair on 10 points. Kieran Forde and Conor McCaughern comes up next. 9 games down before the break. Patrick Dekker got the better of Scott Mitchell by 4 legs to 2. Game 10 sees Kieran Forde and Colin McCaughern go head-to-head. And the league table looks as follows. Patrick Dekker top after 3 rounds worth of play today. 8 matches in the group. He's on 10 points plus 5 legs difference. Scott Mitchell in second. 10 points plus 4 legs difference. In third, Kieran Forde, 8 points plus 2 legs difference. In fourth, Colin McCaughern, 8 points minus 2 legs difference. Kevin Painter in fifth, 6 points minus 2. And Martin Thomas in 6th position, 6 points minus 7. So the winner of this next game moves on to 10 points
99
in the standings. And if Kieran Forde can win this by
139,
4-1 or 4-zip, he'd actually leapfrog Scott Mitchell in the league table.
56.
What's your assessment of this one, Matt?
It's going to just... It sounds obvious, doesn't it? It almost sounds silly where you say it's going to be who performs, but we've got no base. We've got nothing really as a consistent base to say that there's something that's going to separate the players. Which, I know every game comes down to what happens on the hockey, but I feel like the story's in front of us rather than behind us. I see nothing on the evidence of the first 3 cycles of fixtures to make one of them the favourite. Which means we're going to be in for some fun.
26.
And we like fun.
$60. Kieran 40.
So Tots afford to take out the opening leg.
Getting
Tots found 1-0.
Kieran Forde. Second leg, Colin to throw first. Game on. $25. $45. $59. $58. $60.
I think there's one thing we can really say about watching Kieran Forde and how this has developed for him over the
62.
2 days of action here at the Super Series, and that's, you can see how much it means to him. Because as that finishing line's coming into sight, as the opportunity to qualify has come in,
57.
you almost just see him, like we said earlier with Colin, going into almost a sense of panic, like, I want to get this done, I want this. And we've seen this so many
100.
times in the past, haven't we, where players really want to get through and it actually hinders them. Remember Adam Lipscomb? Always wanted to get through, didn't he, as a hometown boy? He wanted to bring his mates to the Super Series.
140.
He just kept falling short at the wrong times, did everything so well. And I mean, look at him now, he's a Pro Tour finalist.
Well, we were speaking actually, weren't we, off air earlier on this morning. Somebody's got a very good chance of retaining his tour card come the end of the year. McCaughern unable to take out the 160. Forde's going to return for 96 to get the break and open up a 2-0 lead in the contest. Triple 20. Beautiful guide if he stays there. Now, that's something that's crept in the last couple of games. He hasn't had many drifters, but he's had a few now that have gone wide
50.
into the 5, that have veered off to the left. Tots and McCaughern.
Getting shot on the second
And
leg.
he
Colin
punishes to the hilt.
It is always one of the
Kieran
dangers
to
of
first.
playing
Game
with
on.
these smaller flights like he is doing here. Kieran playing with the slims. You have to have a very clean release.
59.
If that release is slightly off, if you slightly use the fingers as part of the release and push into the dart, it is going to veer off that
100.
line. You don't have as much luxury of error as you do with the standard. works like a parachute.
77.
Smaller the wingspan, faster you fall.
27. 58. 85. 60. 123.
I think we've kind of mentioned it already today, but you could tell there's a player there in goal. I mean, you're not sponsored by Josh Rock unless he sees something in you. But I just wonder if we see him again. Maybe
83.
the one thing that's just been lacking a little bit has been the timing in key moments. Maybe just occasionally finding himself wanting. Not much he could have done about the 4-0 loss to Patrick Dekker in game 2.
130. Kenny McCaughern, 64.
And I know he's won a couple of games either side, but yesterday he'll feel towards the end of the session he left a couple of results out there.
104.
However,
Conor
a new game brings a new opportunity, and this opportunity is for the break and to go 2-1 to the good.
No score.
But he's burst the
Kenny
score.
60.
Well, you speaking about the damage to the fly, biting it does not help its protection.
Game on the third
And I can't
leg,
advocate that it's very tasty either.
And you know because...
through first, game on.
Tried many different flavours of flights.
And they all taste the same.
Yes.
63. 85.
'Next up, Kevin Painter takes on Scott Mitchell.
46.
Decent game yesterday between the pair, wasn't
85.
it? Both finding a ton plus checkout. Scott Mitchell winning it with 100 at the 3-3 mark. I expect very similar today.
58.
Do you now?
I do.
Good, good.
100.
Love that. We just see that advantage. We talked about it a lot today, but that one day just building dart upon dart.
58.
Dart 2 laying on top of dart 1, dart 3 on top of 2.
96. 140. Kenny McCaughern, 35.
So 135 for Forde. Jumper 15. Would have left himself double top.
83.
So McCaughern
Tommy
here looking at
McCaughern,
136
36.
to square the game up at 2-2.
Big Ass needs a big visit. Not going to happen.
60. Kenny McCaughern, 52.
Double 16.
20. Colin McCaughern, 76.
First time he's not really been able to use a guide like that. And so McCaughern to hang on to his serve here. 25 bull, no other choice. Bullseye to save the leg, to save his skin, to save his throw.
38. Kenny McCaughern, 32.
Oh, just a bit awkward there for that bullseye, having to come around. Oh, that's inviting.
Game shot
Great
the fourth
recovery.
leg, Kieran Forde.
We were saying about the awkwardness of the bullseye. You can see Kieran shaking his head there.
Fifth leg,
I
Kieran
think
goes
I'd
through
feel
first.
exactly the same because that double
on.
16, it almost felt like it was certain the way the first one was there. Acting as a backboard to the double 16, making the target bigger.
All things considered, that was a really good dart under pressure
140.
because you could have perhaps made an argument that Kieran Forde was just beginning to feel it a little bit.
Yes. Absolutely. Plenty of evidence there for that as well.
140. 100.
He's got that throw working beautifully at the moment, hasn't he? The way he's building on top of the previous darts. That was what was missing earlier on when I said, like,
97.
we've seen bits and we've seen moments of erratic.
Now, as someone who's played at the highest level,
44.
just give me an indication as to maybe why sometimes we see players like Kieran, whose numbers in terms of the floor stuff didn't quite screen to home, but are able to find a better level when they come onto this stage, playing this type of environment.
Preparation. Very, very important.
5.
Great facilities here at the Super Series for perfect preparation. Bit of adrenaline. People try and mask adrenaline. They try and
99.
mask that feeling nervous or excited energy. It's good. Think about what it does to the senses. Increases the touch, increases the eyesight, which ultimately increases the
83.
feel.
Get in your car, 118.
Makes you a super darter.
Triple 20 for double 19 to win it for Todd Topper.
Game shot on the match.
And that for Kieran Forde is a win which he definitely needed to get himself back on the bike again. And that for him means that he moves on to 10 points. And level on not just that, but legs difference with Scott Mitchell. In fact, it puts it to the top of the table. Coming up next, we're going to see Scott Mitchell and see how he responds against Kevin Painter. Welcome back to the Super Series. Before the break, Kieran Forde got the better of Colin McCaughern by 4 legs to 1. And so he moves to the top of the group with 10 points plus 5 on his legs difference. Next up for us, Kevin Painter and Scott Mitchell. Game number 11 of 15 that we're going to be bringing to you. And these two, well, they're old school campaigners. They'll both give as good as they've got. We might see a little bit of fun on the stage. Maybe see a little bit of needle. Who knows? Not quite the needle that we've seen at the UK Open today when it looked like James Hubble and Charlie Manby were going to land blows at one another. Them two were in each other's grill after that particular game at Minehead.
Kevin to throw first.
But for Scott Mitchell, it's all about the thrill of trying to get back to the top of the group. And it started rather frivolous. Well, it looks like we're going to start as we mean to go on, Matthew.
Well, you said there might be some fun. Well, there's a little bit there. I always like that. One wants a handshake, the other wants a fist bump. Who's going to cave? Well, Kevin was offering the fist bump. Scott Mitchell went to oblige, and Kevin wrapped it.
100.
Cabbage!
It's like when you're in rock, paper, scissors, you got paper, isn't it? And
84.
put it over the rock.
Well, technically, it makes it 1-0 Painter without the dart being thrown.
Well, you saw the reaction from Scott Mitchell. He stood at the back, he had a smile on his face. But it's not... Now, there are many stories of this where you
60.
can just sometimes break concentration. I remember there was a game I was playing back in the days
60.
of Super League. And I had a shoelace undone. And the guy I was playing was like, make your shoelaces undone. And I ignored it. I just left my shoelace undone. And then a bit later on, he's like, your shoelace is undone. And at the end of the game, he was like, I was worried you was going to fall over your shoe. Like, you didn't do your shoelace up. Well, the shoelace has done its job because you was thinking of that, not the game. And those little tiny things can just sometimes
50.
break concentration. Not saying it's a deliberate play by Kevin by any means, but does it just take Scott Mitchell's mind somewhere else for a moment where you just lose that little touch of impetus at the start of the leg?
Well, the one thing I've learned from this leg is if you undo your shoelace, you might give yourself a psychological advantage.
Most people wear slip-ons now, though. That's the problem. Not Kevin Painter, though. He loves a proper dress shoe, doesn't he?
45.
Right, so to finish in this opening leg. Fair to say Mitchell's been a little bit off the pace
100.
in comparison to yesterday so
Kevin
far.
139.
As we have a look at those shiny, shiny shoes of Kev.
$54. Scott McCaughern 96.
Mitchell looking at 96. For a break, which will definitely feel like a pitch because it has to be said for the large
56.
part of this opener, he's been outplayed by
85.
Kev. And off the back of it, he may only get a dart at the bullseye here. Despite the fact he's been in charge for the most part of this leg. Bolt didn't even contemplate the treble.
60.
And all of a sudden, Mitchell's got 3 at tops.
40. Getting shot on the
Of
first leg,
which
Scott
he only
Mitchell.
needs the one to break the throat.
Second leg, Scott to through first. Game on. $83. 100. $95. 140. $95.
Be interesting to see how Kevin Painter reflects on this day, because it started so well, didn't it? And he's got himself into contention. I think there's more positives than negatives that have come throughout this day. He's done some really good darts, some really fluent darts. The issues are
92.
On the retreat, it would feel. They're still there, but they certainly aren't as prominent as it was in the past.
Now, they are ear defenders for Scott Mitchell. Interesting playing an empty room, Matt?
Absolutely.
98.
Absolutely. That just tells us straight away that Scott Mitchell is someone who likes to be in his own world, which goes back to the point of the cabbage earlier on. Being such an important play. We know he's somebody who's worked with a sports psychologist before. We know he's someone who counts things, like counts his steps as he's walking around. Just to activate that conscious mind.
Scott the car, 130.
Body and mind will be on this 130 for a double of his lead. Needs to find the treble. Good move across. Opens up the target. Uses it well. Kevin's nodding along. He thinks he's seen it before. Scott Mitchell's not sure if he's seen it, but he has now. And he couldn't ask the referee because he wouldn't be able to hear what he said.
105.
Oh, the 25 clipped, so Painter returning for 72 to break back and level up at one apiece. Oh, you can cut the tension in that room with a knife right now. Double top. And Painter will make sure we'll know.
52. Scott the car, 25.
These two are going to tell us everything good that happens in this game. They're not shrinking violets. And this is for 2-zip.
Game show on the second leg,
A
Scott
2-0
Mitchell.
it is. Dictating pace, dictating
Third leg, Kevin, you through
turns.
first. Game on.
And Painter, if he loses this game, is out. So this, effectively, an eliminator
81.
for him.
$43. $45. $140. $41. 121.
Starting to get that feel about it, isn't it, for Kevin Painter?
85.
That maybe the best came earlier on in the day. But again, so many positives. So many positives. It's been really good to see Kevin play with a little bit more fluency within his action. To be able to play in those moments where he needs to respond.
83.
But ultimately, the problem with this is, for Kevin, the format here, that you have to keep coming back and keep coming back. Ideally, after those first couple of fixtures, he could have done with leaving for the day, coming back after a positive day.
134. Scott the car, 114.
114 for Mitchell to go 3-0 to the good. Shots off. And so Painter returning for the 115 to reduce the gap in half.
78. Kevin the car, 115.
So 115. It's the importance of this, which is why we may see him just take his time a little. Goes 25 first. Let's go and have a look at the 18s with dart 2, unable to get. And so Mitchell is going to come back, look at a double 18 to move himself 3-0 to the good in the game.
59. Scott the car, 36.
So double 18.
Game shot on the
Gets it with
third
the
leg,
last.
Scott Mitchell.
Mitchell, 3-0 to the good, double break in hand.
Fourth leg, Scott to through first. Game on. $140.
One of the conversations I've had with Scott Mitchell on multiple occasions is regarding players' positions in the match and how they respond to them.
85.
Scott Mitchell's got a bit of a list of players who are good front runners, players who are good at playing from behind. I think the more you watch Scott Mitchell, the more you realise that actually he just plays the same all the way through. You look at the situation 3-0 up and you think, well, he's not just going to automatically start playing better now that he's got that comfort blanket. He sort of, however he starts, it just sort of goes throughout.
He doesn't change for anyone or anything. And look, this is a selfish sport. This is an individual sport. The only person that it matters it works for is you. Simple as that.
100.
And as long as you're within the walls and you're doing everything that you can to give yourself the best 1% advantage, boo, say the opponent, it's irrelevant. Paul Nicholson upset
58.
a lot of people when he played at the highest level. But he did everything within the rules. It was down to them to not deal with his antics on the stage.
Ultimately, you're not there to make your opponent feel comfortable. That's not your job.
60.
And I'm sorry, I'm gonna rant here a little bit, Matt. I'm fed up of this proposition that everyone's got to be friends on the stage. Those people are costing you money. That's the money that might be the difference in you paying your mortgage, paying for this, paying for that, paying for your livelihood. Don't be best mates. Don't need to be best mates. It absolutely does my head in. It really does.
92.
You have been told.
Scott Lucar, 158.
Time for Frenzies at dinner. Mitchell's not going to find the 158.
58.
So
Kevin Lucar,
Pater here looking at
134.
134.
We talk about preparation. Look here. Scott Mitchell. He sees Kevin Painter struggling with a throw. He walks over to the table, fills the time, turns his back to the situation. There's nothing you can do about it. So stay away from it. You don't need to be involved. Have a look at what Scott Mitchell is doing here. Control what you can control. Kevin Painter's controlling this well. Another one of those. Wow.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Kevin Painter.
Where did that come from? He's been struggling throughout this game. He was struggling to even throw the darts, and all of a sudden finds a beautiful 1-3-4 finish.
Fifth leg, Kevin.
Well, that's how you do it.
Game on.
Almost presented it, didn't he? Like, ta-da! The smile is back on the face.
And the smile's almost as much as Scott Mitchell's face as to say, really? Are you kidding me?
43.
And Painter, having broken the throw, made sure that Mitchell knew he broke and walked straight down the hockey.
60.
It's going back to that imposing yourself again, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Stagecraft is a very, very important thing within this sport.
46.
And yes, I said sport.
It is. Have a look at the Sport England website. It became a sport back in 2005. And if you don't doubt me, go and have a look on that website. It's there. Promise you're not telling you porkies.
81. $100. $100. $67.
In the scoring phase of this leg, Scott Mitchell has wrestled away the advantage of throw here from Kevin Painter. Head in the hands at the back of the stage.
100.
Probably just trying to figure out where the consistency is right now, because he's had the quality. The quality has been there. That's not debatable. It's how often that quality has come forward.
60. Scott Lucar, 160.
Kevin will know the situation, right? He'll know if he loses this, he's out. He's played here enough times. He's played round robins enough times. And he'll know now that Scott Mitchell has got two handfuls at least at this 160. This purely just a setup
41.
play, but that makes it tricky. No one likes a 119 finish, I can assure you of that.
$55. Scott Lucar, 119.
For the match. 119. $62 remaining. And he's going to have a poke at the little red bit.
94.
And he doesn't get.
Kevin Lucar, 130.
So Painter 130 to keep the game alive, having seen his opponent just miss a dart at the bull to win it.
And we was here a leg ago, and Kevin Painter took out an amazing 134 finish. The 130 not going to be added to it.
65.
And now
Scott the car,
his fate,
25.
his destiny, his opportunity to get through the Saturday night is in the hands of Scott Mitchell. 25 points.
Missed the big number. Oh, really? He said. Double four.
17.
Doesn't go.
Kevin your car,
And
65.
Painter comes back, looking at 65. Tops.
$25.
Well, it doesn't,
Got the
and so
car,
Mitchell
8.
returns to 2-4 to win the game 4-1.
Game
And
shot on the
double
mat,
four is
Scott
fouled,
Mitchell.
and Scott Mitchell seals a 4-1 victory over Kevin Painter. That puts him on to 12 points in the group, and it puts him on the cusp of qualification for tomorrow. Martin Thomas and Patrick Dekker comes next. Welcome back to Pluto TV. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Scott Mitchell got the better of Kevin Pater by 4 legs to 1, averaging 78.42. 0-180s, 4 from 10 in terms of his doubling and a high checkout of 40. So to game number 12 of our afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it's time to give you some permutations because Painter, McCaughern and Thomas are now out of the race for finals night. Thomas can finish level with Forde on all metrics, but their legs in head-to-heads means that Thomas can't leapfrog Forde. 2 of Mitchell, Dekker and Forde will qualify, though none are still mathematically safe. And it is Thomas and Dekker that
81.
go head-to-head in this 12th match of the day. I do want to just tell you about, I was mentioning in the previous match about darts being a sport. Well, I do want to prove
41.
that I'm not just making it up. You can head over to parliament.uk. It was a motion that was passed back in March 2005. And this was the motion text, that this House welcomes the decision of the Sports Councils of England, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland to give official recognition that darts is a sport, pays tribute to the British Darts Organisation for the leading role it has played in ensuring that darts is given its rightful status as a sport, and all others involved in the campaign, including the Professional Darts Corporation, notes that darts is played by millions of people and has always enjoyed popular acclaim as being a sport, although national sports bodies have hitherto declined to recognise it as such, and looks forward to an even brighter future for British darts as a result of the official declaration that it is a sport with competitors rightly entitled to the description of sportsmen and sportswomen.
80.
So there. Thomas down to a finish, 155 left
84.
after 12.
Martin Carwood and 55. $50. Padukar,
So let's sit back and
138.
enjoy these fine sportsmen battling it out. Where Patrick Dekker can still make his way
53.
through.
Matukar, 105.
Big improvement, isn't it, from Dekker from last time to this? But this could be a setback.
Game shot the first leg, Martin Thomas.
Setback it is. Patrick Dekker, I suppose we're going to see what he's like under that type of pressure now. Because when we look at the improvement he's had, it's improvement he's had in the sort of noise of the event.
58.
There's always games that blur in. There's games that become sort of faces in the crowd. And then there's games where you have to produce. This is that game for
134.
Patrick Dekker.
That's where we're really going to see the improvements from campaign number 1 to campaign number 2 for him.
81.
Thomas, setbacks pay for get-backs. That 105 just a glimpse of what he can do.
48.
And of course, after this is done, we're going to have a short
46.
break. And then at 10 o'clock tonight, we're going to watch Group B come to a close. And we've got James Buckby and Neil Duff both leading the way in that group on 6 points apiece following the first night's play.
76.
They go head-to-head in their first matches, game 2 of the evening session.
Just watching that slow retrieval of the dart there for Martin
58.
Thomas reminds me of me picking my own darts up and how the floor always seems to get further away the older you get. And it reminds me of Dennis Ovens.
41.
I'm sure you remember Dennis Ovens, don't you?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, yes, the original Heat.
Fine player, mighty fine player. And as he got older and he found picking the darts up harder, he used to have a telescopic magnetic
85.
stick. And what he would do is if a dart fell on the floor, he'd pull the stick out, extend the pole, pick it up with a magnet, shrink the pole back up again. It's like a dart picker-upper.
140.
Should have gone on Dragon's Den.
Not quite sure it would have done as well as Reggae Sauce, but I think it would have got a few sales.
Nope, can't see Stephen Bartlett putting that on TikTok anytime soon, but you never know.
59. Matuka 62.
Well, this for 2-0. And to really put pay to Dekker's hopes. Double top.
22. Matuka 114.
Well, Patrick saw his opponent take out the 105. He needs to take out something in similar range here with the 114. Looking at the Shanghai on the 19s. 21 scored, so treble 19, double 18 with 93 left. Gets it, double 18. Just
96.
on the inside. Thomas survives the scare.
Matuka 40. Getting shot on the second leg, Martin Thomas.
Having survived the scare, he then pins the top to go 2 to the
leg,
good.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
And this is superb news if your name is Scott Mitchell. Superb news if your name's Kieran Forde as well. And that's superb for Martin Thomas.
We've been waiting for Martin Thomas, haven't we? We've been saying all along he's a lot better than what we've seen so far, and he's starting to produce it, but ultimately he's producing it when it's a little bit too late. We are about to go into our final cycle of fixtures here of this Group C campaign. We will then be crowning our 2 qualifiers through to Saturday night.
95.
You got a favourite yet for Champions Week?
44.
Derek Coulson.
Mighty fine player. Come close.
59.
Serial winner. Not won the big one yet.
And I think he'll probably look at the lineup, and I don't mean disrespect to any player that's qualified yet, but he'll probably look at the players that are in there and think, do you know what, this might be the best chance I've ever had of winning one of these.
Well, he should do now. He's getting a lot of Pro Tour call-ups, so getting used to playing against the big boys.
And I tell you what, he's accounted himself very well when he has had
49.
opportunities on the Pro Tour this year. Derek Coulson made it through to the last 32 on his first day that he played. Beat Hopkins and Gildig in his first 2 matches. Lost out 6-5 to Stephen Bunting, averaging 101.07. As Thomas looks at 118, his fellow Welshman. Yeah, lost 6-1 to Ryan Joyce in his second Pro Tour.
58.
Beat Ian White 6-1 before then a 6-3 defeat to Max Hopp, and in his last Pro Tour appearance lost 6-5 in the first round to Jermaine Wattermainer despite averaging 96.35.
$87.
Tomo for free zip. And double top it is. That is horrid for him.
40. Paducah 52.
He was basically throwing that half blind. That was more feel than anything else.
Getting shot on the third leg, Patrick Dekker.
Relief. Reprieve.
Fourth leg, Patrick to throw first.
Patrick Dekker is still in this one. He's still in with a chance. 3-0 down and you think it's done. What a very important key exchange that could turn out to be.
And we're getting to this point where we're seeing games being played between players where one, in the case of Patrick Dekker's got everything to lose, and Martin Thomas, who's just here to try and free roll a little bit and just try and play well enough to come back here again. I'm sure we are going to see Tomo again. I'll be very disappointed if we don't.
60.
That's what we need to see, though, from Patrick Dekker. If you want to see him performing well, he's just got to play with that rhythm and fluency of which he played the last starts, and all of a sudden, again, goes back to sort of being deliberate.
56.
Sort of battling with the pace here, battling with himself. Maybe just doesn't quite have that trust in this moment, and that comes from experience.
41. 96.
Every time he throws deliberate, he starts to engage the shoulder.
$60.
How many times do we see this in a game over this format where Patrick Dekker was
99.
2-0 down. Thomas could have gone 3-0 to the good. Dekker pegs one back, and all of a sudden we look set to be back on terms again at 2-2 before too long.
135. Paducah 110.
And this 110 will give us exactly that. Triple 18 for double. Unable to get, but luckily for him, time
36.
is on his side. I apologise, I dropped my pen.
130. Paducah 74.
So Dekker looking at 74 here to level the game up at 2-2. 20 leaves tops. Tops it is.
54.
That's flicked off the flight. and
Paducah 75.
diverted low.
In the last leg, Martin Thomas missed opportunities and was punished.
35. Paducah
This is the
20.
opportunity this time to become the punisher.
Yeah, 2 10s. Now double 5.
10.
Unable to get, and so
Paducah 40.
Thomas comes back, looking at double top to go 3-1 to the good. How he's had this opportunity, I don't know. He won't know. But he'll
Each
take
on the
it.
fourth leg, Martin Thomas.
And the walls are beginning to close in on Patrick
Fifth leg, Martin,
Dekker.
the through
3-1
first.
down, and Thomas with the darts to win this game 4-1.
$60.
Tells you everything, doesn't it? Didn't want to look. Was just listening, hoping. Prayers not answered. Despite the fact he tried
100.
to put him into an old church.
$140.
Salubrious surroundings.
$44. $97.
Patrick Dekker looks a man here, Matt. There's absolutely one with himself.
How many times do we say the hardest person to beat is yourself?
134.
It's a battle ultimately you're never going to win, because even when you're winning it, you're losing it.
$60. $134. Paducah 144.
144 for the match. Unable to get Dekker. May only get the odd dart at the ball, though, to
60.
try and save this
Paducah
contest.
89.
And he's going to get 2 in his hand, a double 16.
Game show on the fifth leg.
Only
Patrick
needs the
Dekker.
1. 14 darts, and that a bit more like it from Dekker. Back to
Six leg
3-2,
Patrick
back
to
on
through
throw.
first.
Dekker has the darts here to take us
Game on.
all the way to a last leg shootout. Well, it looks like it's one step closer to becoming an inevitability.
123. $85. 43.
Well, to all intents and purposes, Matt, it feels like a game that's going to have a crescendo to it. And you've got to give a bit of credit to Patrick Dekker. Yes, he's not overly enamoured
40.
with the display that he's put in. But he is, from a position where he was 3-1 down, managed to claw way back into it by hook and by crook. May well be sending us all the way. He should do at least from this position anyway.
22. $100.
That's what it means to him. He's even celebrating tons now, is Patrick Dekker. And it's not the ton he's celebrating, it's the moment. It's the time. It's the
94.
space he's created.
Paducah 96.
It's the fact he's got 2 visits now at this 96 to take us all the way to a last leg shootout. That's inviting. He was expecting.
80.
But he wasn't getting. But luckily, he's got another crack at it.
$133.
So,
Paducah 16.
2 8s to take us all the way. Now it's awkward. Small portion of the bottom corner to find.
No score.
When he tried to chase
Paducah,
dart 2,
86.
was unable to apply. So Martin Thomas here with an opportunity on 86 to get this wrapped up. 18 for the bull. Treble East double 7. Bull it is for the match.
61.
Oh, that was
Paducah,
given every
16.
chance. And so Dekker to take us to a crescendo.
Gage on the 6th leg, Patrick Dekker.
We are going the whole hog, the full 7 legs.
7th final
Thomas
leg, Marty
Reed,
to go
Dekker 3, and a
first.
huge
Game
leg
on.
for Patrick Dekker in his race to qualify through to tomorrow night. If he wins this leg, then he puts himself onto 12 points, level with Scott Mitchell. It forces the hand
96.
then of Kieran Forde in the next. If he loses it, then he may find himself with his back firmly against the wall when he takes on Kevin Painter in the final game of the session.
56. $85. $100. $90. $55.
If you're Patrick Dekker and you pulled it back to this and you get to this point and you don't cross the line,
55.
that's even more frustrating than if you'd have lost 4-1 in the first place. Because you've given yourself the hope.
$140. $134. Paducah 150.
Well, this would have been some way to have sealed the match, but he's not going to get it. And so Martin Thomas to put a big
96.
pay towards his hopes.
Paducah 41.
Looking at 41. Double top it is. 2 10s. 2
Gains
10s
on the
wins
match,
it for
Matty
Thomas.
Thomas.
He gets the better of Patrick Dekker by 4 legs to 3. For Thomas, it's another win. For Patrick Dekker, that's a costly defeat. Coming up next, Scott Mitchell and Kieran Forde. Scott Mitchell qualifies through to tomorrow night with a victory here against Kieran Forde. It's match 13 of our session. That's how the land lies going into it. And so let's get the action underway. Mitchell and Forde as we head into the final round of matches here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 3 more games to go for us. And for Scott Mitchell, well, he's been up and down today. I think that's quite fair to say. But he can get the job done if he can seal a win in this one. And so, the former world champion looking to complete the job that he set out yesterday. And this game was a bit of a thriller yesterday. Kieran Forde really announced himself on the Live Lounge stage
100.
with a good performance, even if it didn't marry up with a couple of points. And for Kieran, of course, himself very much in the qualification fold. He's on 10 plus 5 in terms of the legs difference. What do you reckon to this one, Matt?
it's kind of not ideal for either, is it, in regards to where
60.
this fixture has landed? But you feel Scott Mitchell has got extra lives, extra opportunities. It's not an all or nothing game for him.
45.
Where Kieran will feel that this is a little bit more urgent than Mitchell will.
Well, 3 legs is good enough for Scott Mitchell to qualify himself through. 4 will guarantee the group win. And, of course, the 2 points to go with it, which then open up the door for Patrick Dekker in his game against Kevin Painter right at the culmination of our session.
99.
I think you summarised it very, very well when you
41.
mentioned that world title that Scott Mitchell won on the Lakeside stage. He's played these sort of games on multiple occasions. He won't be too concerned about the importance here. Dealt with it, experienced it. We'll try and control it. We'll know exactly what his opponent is going through here.
And Kieran Forde's never experienced this before, and that's where the weight of experience completely and utterly differs between the pair. Kieran Forde's heart will be rating at 100 miles an hour right now. Not used to a situation, not used to a scenario like
58.
this. And with every passing dart becomes a big opportunity which he will ponder upon. But Mitchell has been here once, twice, 100 times before. Double temp. Kisses
40.
the wire.
Get in your car, 25. Nine. Scott the car, 20.
Two tens.
Getting shown the
And
first
2
leg,
tens found,
Scott
and Mitchell finds himself 1-0 to the good. 2 more legs required to send himself into
Second leg,
Saturday.
Kieran is reversed. Game on. $135.
Used the word proud, didn't I, earlier for Scott Mitchell, and I think that would be exactly how he'd feel heading back. Going back home, ready to come back tomorrow for
100.
battle. I think he'd be very, very proud. I think he probably came here maybe with no expectations, just hopes and aspirations, and they could turn into ambitions.
58.
I think tomorrow night is when the psyche, if he was to qualify a course, I think that's when the psyche will very much change. From just enjoying himself to try and see what he could do to you know what? I could do some damage here. I can do something here. I can win
140.
something here. And if there's somebody that likes to prove people wrong and like to prove a point, that man is Scott Mitchell.
100.
Loves the battle, doesn't he?
Scrapper.
$140.
And his best performance is being saved for the most important game of his day so far. 91.148. I know we're only legging a bit in.
Got the car, 121.
Kieran Forde's putting the task up to him, and so far he's coming up with the answers to it. Could find himself 2-0 up. But he's chased the triple and gone the wrong side.
Quite like the play there. He's against the throw. It's not like he's trying to defend. He's being
105.
attacking. He's being aggressive. And it was an aggressive dart. I was going to say, unless the first dart goes right here, it's a bit of a chaser, and it's chasing two. The balls I want to find. What a dart. Things are just starting to unravel a little bit there for Kieran Forde. and finds what I'm going to call for him Dart of the Day.
We've spoken so much about the experience of Scott Mitchell, but even someone experienced as that will feel
100.
the effects of a bullseye find just like that. Kieran Forde, sometimes ignorance can be bliss. He's never been in this situation before. One of two things can happen. You either panic at the sight of what's in front of you, or you get inspired by it. And I just get the sense that he's feeling the latter here.
100. $45.
That's a very big saviour bullseye from Kieran Forde. Scott Mitchell in a good position to go 2-0 up at that point. But as we keep chucking the credit on Scott Mitchell
60.
for exactly this, you wouldn't know any different.
$100.
Kieran Forde, though, laying down the challenge to the throw of Scott Mitchell. I suppose for Kieran Forde, it's quite simple, isn't it? Mitchell does have a mini task within the task. He's just got to get to a certain amount of legs.
60.
Kieran Forde can play this like the final. Now, that's something he would be familiar with, playing in a final.
$100.
Well, he just manages to sneak a treble in. Leave himself on 76 after 12, and now the throw of Mitchell is very much under severe threat. These are big un.
43.
He's unable to
Junior car
oblige.
76.
And Forde here looking at 76 to get the break and to put himself 2-1 to the good. 2 in hand, a double 8.
Game shown the third leg, Kieran Forde.
And all of a sudden, things are beginning to get twitchy for Mitchie.
Fourth leg, Kieran to throw first. Game on.
And if Kieran Forde wins this game by 4-2 scoreline, he will be through himself.
140.
Again, kicks off with a big power score. Last couple of legs now. Settles you into the leg. Gives you a slight advantage on the scoreboard. Puts your opponent into bat. Asks questions. You want to be the one asking the
100.
questions, not having to answer them.
$99. $100.
Remember, 2 legs good enough for, well, 2 more legs, shall I say, from here, good enough for Scott to make it through. 3 legs will guarantee of his qualification. 4 legs and a win would make sure he
92.
tops the group. And it would make Kieran Forde sweat it out when Patrick Dekker takes on Kevin Painter in the very last.
$41. Kieran new car 170.
And actually,
85.
if it was to be a 4-3 win for Kieran Forde, both may well be beneficiaries because Patrick Dekker would have to win 4-1 or 4-0 to... would have to win big, at least, to leapfrog Kieran.
140.
Who's looking at 85
Kieran car
here
85.
to move himself to within a leg. But he's missed the big number. And Mitchell is back for 120. And you would not put something like this past him at this present moment in time. He's made a career of taking out shots like this when he's needed to take them out. He's made a career
100.
doing exceptional
Kieran
things at
Newcastle,
exceptional
40.
times, and he almost did so again there.
Game shown the fourth leg,
Kieran Forde is holding it together, and full credit to him.
Fifth
A
leg
complete
stopped as
novice in a
reversed.
scenario like this. You can tell that he's edgy. You can tell. But
Game
my
on.
word is his actions speaking loudly on that board right now.
He's literally living every single day. That was relief, wasn't it, when that double five went in? It wasn't a moment of joy, it was a moment of relief. But it could be a moment of joy. He's a leg away. However, asterisk.
100.
Scott Mitchell's got to throw in 2 of the 3 legs.
Well, 4-2 is the margin he needs to go through. So by that way, he's at least going to get an opportunity
98.
on throw to send himself through worst case scenario.
We know that. I'm not sure he does. How many times have we seen it where a player thinks they've lost and
55.
Paul Hinks says, oh, you're through. And you see that sort of moment of joy, of relief, because they don't know the leg permutations.
100.
Well, even a max won't leave Mitchell on the finish from here. He's on a PBN, pre-bogey number. Picks up a couple of
121.
big trebles and just posing the question to Kieran, who needs at least a big one. 719s leaves himself on a finish.
95.
Slight nose in front here for Kieran, but you feel Mitchell needs to land a couple of big trebles if he's going to have any sort of real control. Gets him down
100.
to a gettable finish. But this is an opportunity.
58. Scott Lucar, 125.
So Mitchell looking at 125 to reduce the gap back down to 3-2. Look to the 18s and able to get the 18s. 31 scored.
49. Kieran Lucar, 150.
Well, he's left himself on 76 if this does not go. But if it does, Kieran Forde would be into Saturday night as unable to find. If Mitchell finds this 76, both players will be on the
90.
hill.
Scott Lucar,
Both players
76.
would be a leg away from what they need, what they require to send themselves through. But only one would be able to fulfill it. 2 8s.
Game
Well, this
shown the fifth
effectively
leg,
is a
Scott
shootout.
Mitchell.
It's not a shootout in terms of the actual max score,
Six
but it's a
leg Kieran
shootout in
to
terms of the
first.
bigger
Game
picture
on.
of qualification. Kieran Forde wins this leg, he's in. Scott Mitchell wins this leg, he's in.
You see that little glance over there for Scott Mitchell?
125.
He's been very interested and he's been watching Kieran Forde. Certainly when Kieran was showing all that relief earlier on. And as Scott Mitchell walked past him, he just turned the head and had a little look in his direction
100.
just to see if he could get a bit of a read, a bit of a tell into how Kieran is feeling right now.
Well, this leg's the only leg that matters in this context. Okay, yeah, Scott can win the group at the
134.
last, but he'll only care about getting through.
There you have it. Through the means of technology, we can go back in time.
Don't I could break out into share.
60.
That's your takeaway from going back in time, is it?
Yes. The good thing is, through technology, I could be muted as well. I can't believe we've never done that before, to be perfectly
96.
honest.
Yet.
Well, Kieran Forde's here with an opportunity to win the match. Well, Kieran Forde with an opportunity now to win the
55.
match.
Kieran Lucar, 146.
And to send himself through to Saturday night's final. Another. Oh, it would have been somewhere. And he knew the magnitude of that. He knew the magnitude of that.
He's got time, though.
78.
He's got plenty of time. You feel only a maximum here for Scott Mitchell is going to cause any sort of real impact on the game. Easy for us to say here. Kieran will feel very different.
100.
He has
Dekker,
a
68.
further 6 darts here to get this done.
Double 4.
Getting shot on the
Kieran
match,
Forde
Kieran Forde.
on debut is into Saturday night, and you can see the relief that is etched on his face. He needed a 4-2 scoreline to send himself through, and a 4-2 scoreline he's got. And that is a look of a very relieved man, a very proud man. Scott Mitchell, well, he has got to sit and he has got to hope that his old sparring partner, Kev Painter, does him a favour. But before that, Conor McCaughern is going to take on Martin Thomas. That's coming up live on the other side of this short break. Kieran, many congratulations. Through to Saturday night on debut. I get the sense you're a little bit lost for words, a little bit lost for belief as to what you've just done.
Yeah, definitely. I didn't expect to get through it all, but getting through it's absolutely amazing, incredible.
What were your expectations before you walked through the building?
Win a game, win one game. That's all I wanted to do. Just win one game. I'm trying to play well. I wanted to try and play as well as I could, and I might not have played amazing today. I think I played well yesterday, very well yesterday. I didn't play amazing today, but I just wanted to play well and hopefully win a game. But to get through Saturday is actually crazy.
You had no idea you were through, were you, after that?
No, I didn't. I thought I'd be
first.
waiting in back room. Like the rest of them, just waiting to see if I'd be through or not, depending on legs or whatever. But I knew I had a chance if I won that game.
So, into tomorrow night's final, what's the prep going to be?
59.
Oh, I don't know. I'll probably have a lie-in, get an actual sleep, and not be constantly waking up throughout the night. Hopefully get a nice lie-in. And tomorrow, I don't know, I'll see what James does, obviously, tonight, see how he gets on, and we'll go from there. I don't know. We'll see.
I was going to say, you've done your job. James has got to do his now, hasn't he?
Yes, he's got to do his job now. I think he will. I think he's playing very well. I think he's 100%.
100.
I've got a full faith in him. I think he will do it 100%.
Right, many congratulations, Kim. We'll see you tomorrow night.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's head back.
121.
Great there to hear from our first qualifier from Group C. And some really interesting bits to dissect there. I mean, the lion, good luck with that one. We often talk about dealing with negativity or how you bounce back from things, but dealing with success is something within itself. And when you've achieved something that you didn't expect to, and you've got all that joy and that happiness, dropping off to sleep is not an easy thing to do. I guarantee you he's going to be up early tomorrow morning. He may be up early tomorrow morning because James Buckby will be coming back to his hotel room. He'll be back in action tonight. Group B, starting at 10 o'clock this evening.
45.
We could have the two roommates both through to Saturday night. Neither of the players on your screen at the moment can qualify through to Saturday night, so playing for places at the moment. Places in the table mean prizes. More money for a higher position in the league table. And the now popular double 15, thanks to 82. A certain Lewis missed here by Martin Thomas. A break opportunity may slip away.
$53. Maduka 8. $4. Calling your car 71.
That's 4 darts now that Martin Thomas has had to break the throw here in the opening leg, and that is why he's in this position where he's not able to qualify through. It's been the missed doubles, they've been the troubles.
36.
Wild.
Car 4.
It's always a hard game to play, these ones. When you know you're playing for places, you know your chances of qualifying are gone, you don't quite have that same level of adrenaline. But this will just continue that story, compound the misery of Martin Thomas.
19.
Whose story will be very easy to tell when he's on the way home talking to family and friends. Let's see the funny side at least. But on we go.
No score. Calling your car 16.
More missed opportunities. And just a little hint of frustration there for Martin Thomas.
No score. Maduka 4.
If you was wondering why these players are in a position they can't qualify, I think we're seeing it unravel in front of us.
No score. Calling 16.
The exact same problem there for Martin Thomas. Inside. Can anyone take the leg? Yes, we get it there in 29 darts.
Second leg, Martin to through first. Game on.
Well, let's take the funny side. They wouldn't have saw the funny side earlier on when their chances were squashed. However, there are still chances available in this group.
140.
Patrick Dekker coming up next against Kevin Painter. For Kevin Painter, his race is run. However, will
99.
play a bit of a hand in who goes through. Will it be Patrick Dekker, or will Scott Mitchell's very large fan base be going to dartshop.tv in order to get their tickets for tomorrow night?
Hi, Matt. Did I miss much in that first leg?
You missed a lot of darts. Yes, 29 darts.
74.
Each.
Well, these two, if they want to be here tomorrow
26.
night, going to have to head over to dartshop.tv and pay a £5 entry fee.
86.
What did you make of that interview that you've just conducted there with Kieran? I thought it was really insightful and really raw and honest. Just someone who was very excited, someone who was very happy.
140.
Didn't really know what to say.
Well, he didn't actually know why he was being brought into an interview because he didn't have any idea that he was through up until the very second he was told he was through. So he had no idea what the permutations were in that last game. He thought whatever the scoreline, he had to hope, basically. But so refreshing. Oh, this is excellent. Absolutely marvellous for Martin Thomas. He couldn't hit a barn door in the previous leg. And now he's hit a 150.
In 15 darts.
Half the time.
I know it's my job to sit here and try and make sense of the game of darts, but
30.
sometimes it's a bit of a struggle.
$85.
Well, he gave us a bit of a tip there as well, didn't he, for this evening? He said 100% James Buckby goes through this evening.
James, if you are watching Powell, no pressure. Hope you're well. I'll see you in a few hours.
I'm also going to say I think Neil Duff goes through.
I think it's Buckby, Duff and Hamilton.
135.
My neck is stuck out on the line.
$140.
Deacon's tips.
Just going back to the old days when I was the
58.
pundit.
$66.
So 110 for Thomas to break the throw to go 2-1 up, having missed a litany of
58.
doubles in the
Modus 110.
first leg. 10, a matter of fact. And he could buy back-to-back tub plus checkouts. This game sometimes is absolutely stupid. This game is just stupid. Absolutely crackerjack.
Fourth leg Martin to throw first. Game on.
Martin Thomas missed 10 darts to win leg one, and since then it's hit a 150 and a 110.
96. $85.
Darts is such a silly game sometimes.
But for some reason, it's that, isn't it? That
45.
sort of almost inconsistent. That makes us keep coming back because it gives you hope and then takes it all away again. And it gives you hope.
100.
And usually it's the hope that kills.
For Martin, it's just get as high as he
100.
can in the league table, isn't it? Try and earn a few extra quid. He certainly won't be happy or proud of his run here at the Super Series.
64.
He's a player who comes here expecting Saturday nights now.
And he'll probably look at yesterday and think just one win somewhere and the whole complexion of his
60.
week changes.
And he had so many opportunities to do it, didn't he? So many chances. And when it's like that, it's almost easier to take because you've only got yourself to blame.
46. $140.
And the thing is, if you could bottle what Martin Thomas is going through right now up, you'd sell it in shops.
55. Modus 60.
Shopping for tops.
Game shown the fourth leg,
But
Martin Thomas.
when double 10 comes into play, it's a rather helpful friend. 3-1.
Fifth leg, Colin to through first. Game on.
This is the issue with these sort of games, because for Martin Thomas, he's walking around at the moment and
96.
he's frustrated, but at the same time he knows he should be feeling happy because he's winning. And right now, that doesn't make sense in his mind.
96.
It's a bizarre feeling sometimes playing these sort of matches. In a way, the next one, they're the fun ones, when you've got one
45.
player that really needs to win and then another player that just wants to ruin the day. Because for Kevin Painter, he'll be looking at everybody thinking, well, you ruined my day, I'm going to ruin yours, pal.
140.
And there's nobody else that will want to make life misery for somebody else, having seen his life this week at the Super Series be made misery, more than Kev.
100.
In some ways, the worst person to play in this particular scenario, with the way that the game, the dynamic of the game is, it is Kevin Painter.
95.
Simple as that. Now then, Tomo.
60. Maduka 170.
Can you leave us with a bit of a flourish, a bit of a fanfare, but the big fish is not going to be reeled in?
42. 140. Maduka 128.
For the match, but the 128s are going to go. 56 less, 16 leads tops.
88. Colin 60.
So McCaughern looking at 60. 20 for double 20. Tops it is.
Game show on the fifth leg, Colin McCaughern.
And we carry on.
Sixth leg, Martin to through first. Game on. $83. 98.
Still one more game to go after this. Dekker and Painter going head to head to see who will join Kieran Forde in tomorrow night's final. And then after a spot of grub, we're back from 10 o'clock.
29.
Good group, that group B. Lots of different styles, lots of different ways of playing the game, and it was a great night last night.
180.
Well, Max was the only way that Thomas could have left to finish, and the Max is what he's had, or what he's found, shall I say.
36.
That's
Martin
given
Car 138.
plenty of time now at this 138. 200 points clear. Only a maximum here. Poor Colin can get him down to a finish. And that's something I like about Martin Thomas. He's never afraid to leave whatever. We've seen him leave double 15 a couple of times in this. We've seen him
44.
go for the double 19 earlier on.
38.
I'm going to gamble and say he doesn't split.
Getting shown the match,
And
Martin
you'd be
Thomas.
right. And Martin Thomas ends his campaign of a win 4-2 against Colin McCaughern. And there it is. Ooh, there it is for Martin Thomas. Final game will determine the final spot through. Patrick Dekker against Kevin Painter. Final game of the session, and the permutations couldn't be any easier. A victory for Patrick Dekker would see him qualify through to tomorrow night's final here at the Live Lounge. Scott Mitchell is patiently, nervously waiting on. 4-2 is the score he needs to qualify. So effectively, what he does need is Kevin Painter to get to 3 legs to confirm of his place in to tomorrow night's finale.
$100.
And for Kev, is it fair to say it's been a bit of an up and down day for Kev? Because there's been some real positive signs, but maybe as the day's drawn towards a close, maybe we've just seen the level regress a little bit.
Just the day's too long here in the Group C campaign for Kevin Painter right now. If this was Group B, I think he'd have been able to sustain the performance for longer. I just think
60.
The dynamic of the Group C sort of worked against him, and I hope that doesn't make him reflect and look back on review of what's happened here with any negativity, because the way he started it, that's what he should focus on, because that's a more true reflection
60.
of who you are. By game 5, this isn't a true reflection. This is a stamina test by game 5.
$100.
But the ominous signs here, as Patrick Dekker is throwing the darts I like to see Patrick Dekker throw, where he throws with rhythm, fluency, trust. It doesn't work when he starts getting deliberate. He starts dropping the darts low.
83.
Although I don't know how much of a fan you are of poetic justices or not, Matt, but there is perhaps a divine irony that Scott Mitchell and Kevin Painter, we've kind of built up the rivalry that the pair have and the jostling that they've had during each other's battles, but it's actually Mitchell that needs Painter to do him a bit of a favour here.
$46.
So Dekker here looking at 101 to take the first step. And the key is, and I know this sounds simplistic, but it's true, he needs to keep Painter on nil for as long as possible, just so he has as much wriggle room as he possibly can. And that is some way to get it up and running. That's some way to get that first block you need. A 4th ton plus checkout of the day for Patrick Dekker, and he leads 1-0.
The scoreboard, please.
So Dekker 1-0 to the good. Because the problem is if Painter gets to 1, all of a sudden there's a possibility that Patrick Dekker could just begin to panic a little bit, because he knows that that rope just begins to close in a little bit.
Yeah, and do you know, I'm also thinking here of the extra factor, the factor we can't see what's going on right now, and that is Scott Mitchell.
140.
I don't think he's going to be pacing the back room. I think he's probably just going to be sat there nice and chilled. If it happens, it happens. If it don't, it don't. I think he'll be proud of his 12 points regardless. I think it's kind of worked out almost perfect with the characters that are in play, that we should get a very entertaining watch.
$30. $140.
Well, 140. And Dekker is tiptoeing towards a 2-0 lead. Tiptoeing towards that halfway serenity that he needs.
60.
Painter's just hit a bit of a wall as Dekker is just beginning to really kick and push and probe.
100. 101. Part of your car, 161. $42. Kevin your car, 170.
Another one of them. Just lower dart 2, so Dekker returning for the 119 to get himself halfway there. But Painter's left himself in a tangible position if this isn't converted. But Dekker's going to get a dart. He should have had a dart at least at the pool, but he's not going to get anything at all.
$79. Kevin Carr, 65.
And so Painter looking at 65 to level up at one apiece. Double 16.
33. Part of your car, 40.
Dart missed to level up. Dekker with 3 to go, 2-0 to the good. Double 10. Double 10.
20.
Hits the post.
Kevin Carr, 32.
Becoming very animated, isn't he? We saw some good reactions from him earlier on, Patrick Dekker, when things was going well, when he hit those big moments, and I wouldn't be surprised if he does qualify through this group, if we do see some form of emotion showed.
Game show on the second leg, Kevin Painter.
If he gets through.
Third leg, Patrick.
Because one of his lives has just been rubbed out.
And a cheap life lost too. If Painter wins the next leg, all of a sudden, Patrick Dekker's in Shredsville.
That's where the panic kicks in, isn't it? Because you know that
85.
Kevin Painter's shown some quality today. Not consistent quality, but quality. Quality moments. Who's to say you can't just pop a 15
60.
darter in and all of a sudden you're in trouble?
Well, the way he's got to look at it is this. Painter only needs 2 more legs to knock him out. Now, you may not have the consistency to rattle off every leg from here on here, but from this scenario, can he rattle off 2 decent legs? Yes, he
100.
can. And it goes back to that dynamic we spoke about earlier. We've got a man in Kev who's got nothing to lose, and a man with Patrick's got everything to lose.
100. $100. $140.
140 for Painter, back to 201, and you get the sense this is a big free darts here for Patrick Dekker.
$100. 131. Patrick Carr,
Like the play there,
116.
trying to lead the two-darter. Still, technically has left a possible two-darter. Asking a question here of Patrick Dekker, single for tops.
Well, you'll see a reaction of this goes.
76.
Gave that
Carr,
every
70.
chance. But now he's given Painter a chance. A miss is as good as a mile in this particular scenario. 12 scored, 58 left. 58 left means 18 for tops. Dekker can hardly watch, his face so pensive in the background. If there's one player which the delay of Painter is not going to help his Patrick, because his heart is beating at 100 miles an hour right now. Double top
30.
is high.
Patrick Carr, 40.
Is that too close to be helpful? It was
Gains
so
from the
close,
third
it was
leg, Patrick
perfect.
Dekker.
He's 2-1 up.
Forward Kevin to through first. Game on.
Doesn't matter, Patrick, how you get there as long as you get there. And I've never been a fan of that when you get the positive result and sort of like mopes around
140.
thinking about the misses rather than the hit. You hit enough. You took 501 down to 0. That's all you can do.
Again, it goes back to that argument we had over style over substance. It's absolutely irrelevant.
85.
Absolutely irrelevant. If you win a world title averaging 65, do you care that you average 65? You'll care more you won the world championship. Stats, they're nice, but they're not.
95.
They don't win your prize money. They don't win your checks. You don't see in football who won the most penalties awards or who had the most direct free kick scored awards. That don't get you Champions League
44.
places. Winning matches gets you trophies. Winning matches gets you where you want to get to.
Didn't you used to, back in the day, get in Europe for not making many fouls?
Yes, and it was the worst rule ever.
47.
It was the UEFA Cup. Fulham got in and they got to the final under Roy Hodgson. They lost to Atletico Madrid. Diogo Forlan scored in the 95th minute in Hamburg, 2010. However, it was quite funny because they did beat Juventus 4-1. I got a soft spot for Fulham. But anyway, moving on.
I mean, Patrick Dekker's got a lot to think about here. And the biggest problem is he's getting
85.
a lot of time to do it. You just see him pacing, wanting to get on with things, but you can't control what your opponent's doing. This is a real good test, a real good learning curve. Great chance to get experience and good thinking here. Just checks himself.
54.
Okay, right idea,
WK
just didn't have the
134.
application.
$58. $134.
Really could
WK
visit that when he's
76.
right under the cosh. And all of a sudden, we come to the most important passage of play in this contest. Painter looking at 76 to make it 2-2. Effectively, the next leg will feel as much of a shootout as anything else. If he doesn't, Dekker returns to 44, which if he converts means he'd have the darts to win the match and confirm if his plays through at the expense of Scott Mitchell. That is what is on offer here. This is what's on the line here. And this dart at double top is Colossus. Dekker can't look. He cannot possibly look. He won't want to look.
Kevin Painter.
That was class and quality for Painter. One dart at tops, and that has pained the Dutchman.
$96.
Well, that will feel like an absolute sucker puncher. From here on in, Patrick Dekker has to win both the remaining legs of this contest to go through. In some senses, the one person I want to see right now is the one person who's not on stage. I'd love to see Scott Mitchell. I'd love to know where he is, what he's doing, and how he's feeling.
140. $87. $121.
Well, this is a quality response on a finish after 9. He could have so easily
59.
have melted amidst the pressure put on him, but he's come out the other side swinging.
Superb, isn't it? And this is the development we spoke about all day in Patrick Dekker. The last time we saw him, you would not have imagined that he'd be able to produce in this scenario the way he is right now.
$65.
And now he has time.
48.
This is exactly what he needed. And we get to a point, if he finds this,
32.
then the next leg would be a decider with all but name. But a couple of darts have gone a begging. All Painter can do here is try and put as much pressure on as he possibly can.
$97. Patrick 16.
Put some on. Here's Dekker up to it. That's close enough to be helpful. It's very helpful. It's 3-2. He's one away. But he has to do it in this leg.
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Effectively, this leg is the last leg of the match. Effectively, this is a shootout leg. Painter wins this leg, Mitchell is through. Dekker wins this leg, he's through. It's as simplistic as that.
And when I made that prediction at the start of the day that I felt like this was going to go down to the wire and I thought this was going to be a tight group with lots of stories, I'm not sure I imagined it would go down to one final leg at the back end of the day. That is tight.
60.
Well, who would have thought when we arrived here at, 11 o'clock this morning, we'd get to 6:05 and the most crucial leg would be this one.
140.
And it has to be a break. Kevin Painter has the advantage of throw. However, he's lost that in the opening 6.
43.
Confirmed he's lost it here in the opening 6.
And Dekker may only need 6 from here to get the job done all of a sudden.
Look at that trust.
100.
Look at the trust in the throw. Just throw in the darts. That's what you need to do. Propel. Trust. He's got time.
59.
He's got at least one set at play here to put himself over the line and into Saturday night.
Well, Scott Mitchell must feel like he's sinking like the Titanic right now.
93.
Probably feel like he's been hit by a bus. $68 required for Patrick Dekker to secure his place through to Saturday night.
29.
Last time he was here, he missed out at this stage of the week at the Group C hurdle. But he now has a dart at double top. He's going to get plenty of darts to see himself through, but the first one missed.
$36.
So this is the
Public
moment for
20.
Patrick Dekker. Double 10 to confirm of his place through to tomorrow night's final. Double 5.
10.
Does not go, but Painter still nowhere to be seen. One treble here makes the next visit very nervy.
55.
But that
Public
treble doesn't
10.
come. And that should be curtains. 2-5 to Patrick Dekker
Game
to
show the match,
eventually
Patrick
seal
Dekker.
his place into Saturday night's final at the expense of Scott Mitchell. A puff of the cheeks, a relief for Patrick Dekker as he qualifies through to finals night in his second appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So that was how he did it. For Kevin Painter, well, he needed to get to 3 to help his old sparring partner Scott Mitchell out. He departs, Patrick Dekker goes through alongside Kieran Forde, who on debut has secured his passage into the finals. 12 points was enough this week for Scott Mitchell. Well, it was one leg on legs difference. That was the difference, and I just wonder whether he'll go back to that game against Martin Thomas yesterday afternoon where he missed those plethora of match darts to complete the card, and that would have been enough. That would have been more than enough to have sent him through. But Forde and Dekker, the two that have confirmed their places, and they will join Adam Mould to qualify through Group A. That was on Wednesday afternoon, and that was a comprehensive job done by Mouldy. And then we've got Group B, which will come to a close tonight. James Buckby and Neil Duff, they're both top of the table with 6 points to their name. Dylan Slevin and Andy Hamilton, they're both on 4 points, whilst the Queen of the Palace, Fallon Sherrick, failed to pick up a win on Thursday night. James Buckby and Neil Duff, well, they're almost inseparable. Buckby only top of the table by that solitary leg on legs 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've just heard from his friend, his roommate, that he believes James Buckby's going to be qualifying 100% so far tonight. Neil Duff, one of the most successful players in this arena, knows exactly what it takes. Those two in good positions. Kind of feels like the Dylan Slevin Andy Hamilton game is going to be real key tonight. And don't discredit Fallon Sherrick. She did not produce last night, but one day does not make a year, does not make your season. She has had a great start to 2026. I would expect that she will upset someone tonight.
And I've been told that they may need to look to book a new hotel room tomorrow because they were ready to check out tonight. So them two, Buckby and Duff on 6, they're looking to confirm their places through this evening. Coming up after the break, we've got the Bullseye Only Challenge, which is where you complete a leg by hitting, well, the bullseye only. That's in a few moments' time. Then James Buckby looking to get the job done. That's in Group B. That's on 10 o'clock tonight, and that's across the Pluto TV network. We'll be beaming our pictures with you until around about 1:30 in the morning. And then Adam Mould, the first player who confirmed of his place through, he's going to be into finals night tomorrow, and he's looking for a second weekly title as we head towards the second half of Series 13 here at the Live Lounge Port. So please do join us, 7:30 the start time tomorrow night. And then the next Specials Week, once the Champions Week in Series 13 is completed, is the third edition of the International Pairs. And the teams for that tournament will be revealed as part of a special broadcast. That's on Monday the 9th of March. That is going to be a live transmission from 3 o'clock. And in fact, Scott Mitchell and Paul Nicholson, once England captain, once an Australian World Cup finalist, will be with you for that. But for me and Matthew Edgar, thank you so much for your company. We'll be back from 10. Until then, take care. Bye-bye for now.
The new Modus Super Series champion. Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith!
It's match down. 5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's Johnny Magnus! 40.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.